Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So today's video we are going to see a new Power BI video, and as requested I have created a new and advanced Power BI project. So in this video we will see entire step-by-step process of creating this entire project, and in this we are going to design three dashboards and we are going to make use of advanced functionalities of Power BI in this. And as requested, the post which I mentioned, so many people requested to create an Power BI project. So here it is, and I will be also creating more Excel projects, SQL projects, Tableau projects, and Python projects are already in queue. So I just wanted to record now. Everything is ready, just recording is remained. So it will be coming soon for you as well. And so regarding this project, the data is already added in the description box. The link is added. You can just click on the link and you can download the data and you can follow along in this particular video, the steps which I am using in this, right? So before moving into this video, just let me tell you, give you an overview of what you are going to learn and what functionalities you are going to learn. So in this, you will be learning all the important DAX functions, advanced DAX functions, calendar tables, date tables, and with that, you will be also using many drill up, drill down, drill through features as well. The bookmark feature is also been used in this particular video, but I have not implemented yet, but I will try to implement it. If not, then you have to guess that yeah, it is not been done because there was not any use case in this particular video, right? But definitely I will be adding it into the next project. But yeah, so before moving, I will just give you an the overview of this particular project. So this entire project is I mean it is a dynamic project or a dynamic dashboard. Three dashboards are being used. So I will just explain you what is there in this particular dashboard. So the data which we are going to use here is a Spotify data. The Spotify history data is been used in this particular project, where we will be designing this entire project by using that itself, right? So in front of your screen, you can see this will be our final output. And this particular dashboard, which you can see, we can call it as an overview dashboard, or we can also call it as a summary dashboard, which gives an information of three important aspects in any musical industries, right? Or any musical app. And in our case, it will be a Spotify analysis, right? A very famous music app, right, where you can listen the songs by using free versions or by using premium versions, right? So here you have albums. Okay, so we are going to see an insights for albums, the albums which are being played into this particular music app, then artists which are been performing and the tracks which are been run, right? So based on that, we will be using everything over here. And if you see the album, in that first we'll see how many albums are being played for that entire data which we have for that particular period or the history which we have. Then we will see the trend of each and every album, okay, through different years. So right now you have data from 2015 to 2024. So how is the trend and how is the listening patterns of that particular album, right? Then we will see the latest year versus previous year comparisons of albums, right? So here you can see this value will be for latest year. Okay, then it will be analyzed or it will be compared with previous year, and where we will find the percentage, right? And similarly here will be the latest year which we will be or which is available in the data set, right? Then we will see the album played based on the days. Okay, so we have divided the days into weekend and weekdays, right? Because a weekday, it is business days, right, where people go to offices, they go to their works. So based on that particular weekdays and weekends, how the distribution of playing the music is there, right? So that also we are going to see. And then we will show the top five albums, right? And it will be by total album counts. So this will be for album, and same metrics or same information we will be also doing it for artists, right? And we will be also doing it for same tracks as well. So the same information or same insights will be gathering, but just it will be for different albums, different artists, and different tracks, right? So this will be doing we will be doing in this entire video. And then there are some filters available on this, like select platform. So platform is nothing but on which particular or what on what by what means that particular music has been played, whether it is played on Android mobile or it is on iOS mobile, or there is a casting of device to another device, like for it is casted to your TV or your monitors, right? Or it is played in Mac or a web player or a Windows player. So based on that, we have used here a filter. So right now it is showing information for Android. If you want to see for iOS, you can just click and you can see the entire thing will be, sorted for iOS. Then similarly for Windows, right? Similarly for Android. Getting? So likewise, we have used and bifurcated everything, right? Then next, we have also added a filter is shuffled and is skipped. So is shuffled means what? The song will play randomly through that particular playlist, and is skipped is nothing but you will skip that particular song. So based on that, we will have two values. Like if you want to say is shuffled, if it is true, then what is the information? If it is false, then what is the information, right? And then we can select all also. So you can also see for if it is skipped, that how many are been skipped or how many are been not skipped, right? So likewise you can see that particular information also. And here we have added a navigation page from where you can move from one page to the another page. So let's say if I want to move and see the dashboard or a report for listening patterns, so I'll just click on listening patterns and it will take me to this particular listening pattern dashboard. So if you can see here in this particular dashboard, we are going to see how are the listening patterns, at what time they are, what time the people listen this particular music, the albums and all those tracks, and how is their, uh, so at what time they and what at what particular hour in the day they listen more to the music, and based on that only we have created a matrix chart over here, or we also called as a heat map on this. So you can see this particular black area. So this area is where the music is been not played much, right? But if you see this greenish area, so it is the area where the maximum number of music is been played, right? So based on that, you can analyze and see which are the hours or which are the hours which are not being utilized and which are the hours which are being mostly utilized, right? And similarly, we have a quadrant analysis being used over here where we are analyzing average listening time in minutes versus the track frequency, right? So average listening time will be in minutes and track frequency is nothing but the number of times that particular similar track has been which has been placed, right? And it is completely dynamic. So this is an advanced analysis which is mostly used. And you can see there are four quadrants like first, second, third, and fourth. And here you can see obviously if you look at this quadrant, second quadrant is the important quadrant for us because whichever tracks falls in this particular quadrant, that particular tracks are best performing because they will have high track frequency as well as they will have the high average listening time as well in particular minutes, right? So if you hover your mouse on this particular dots, you can see which track is being played, like it is 19 dies 500 notches by N Directo, and the average listening time is 4.82 minutes and 144 times it has been played in that particular from last 4 years, right? So this is the data we have. So if you can see, this is the best one. Here you can see the average listening time is 5.48 and 180 times that particular track has been played. So if you want to change the average listening time, let's say you want to see that average listening time should, for me, for my quadrant analysis, the average listening time should be 3. So I'll just press over 3 over here and I will just hit enter. Okay, as soon as I do, you can see this particular line which will be dynamic and which will be moved, and automatically those particular tracks which are falling in this quadrant will be taken as green and all other will be grayed out. Similarly, if you want to increase the track frequency, let's say I increase to 100 and I press enter. So you can see the user will have and that particular filter in here where they can type that particular average listening minutes and the track frequency by which they can find those particular music or those particular tracks which are best performing. So this is entirely dynamic, and this is the dynamic quadrant analysis, which is an advanced analysis which we'll be going to do in this particular video. So if you can see, this is entire, and this entire video is very much interesting and it will be very much there will be so much of learning for you in this particular video. And if you see over the third dashboard, so if you see this particular dashboard, it is a grid view. Okay, and here we are going to use drill up and drill through features, right? So I will show you how we are going to use those drill up and drill through as well. So what I will do, I will go to my main page and I will show you how to use the drill through. So now let's say I have this particular number of albums like 7, 8 So for 2021, those are 2668. So I have an option here, drill through. So it is nothing but I want to see the underlying data, right? So if you notice, the number of albums are 2668. What my end user want is, I want to get an export of all these 2668 albums, where I can just download those particular albums which are there in 2021, and I can use it for further analysis. Or if I want to send those particular albums to my head office, you can do that. So you have to just go to drill through, and you can just click on details grid, and you automatically you are on this page. And if you can see, this total number of albums column is there, and if you see the total number of columns, the number of albums are 2668, you can see at the bottom. So it automatically filters those particular number of columns through a drill through feature, and it gives us those particular information over here, right? And now you can just click over here, and you can export this particular data. As soon as you do, it will give you an information where you will be able to export that particular, and you can download it to your desktop. It will be in the form of CSV file or whatever it is, right? So I will not go much in that, so that you can do it. We will see how we do it in while we are designing this entire thing. Then there are some drill through and drill up features also being used in this particular thing. So you can see there is a drill up feature, and there is a drill down feature. So if I click on this drill down feature, then you can see the drill mode is activated. Now when I click on this bit list, let's say I click on this album. So as soon as I do, it will give me an information of that particular artist name. Now if I click more into this, it will give me the entire artist name and track name which has been played. If I click more into this, it will drill inside this, and it will show you on which particular uh you can say platform it has been played. If I click more into this, you can see on what particular dates it has been played. So in this way, you can drill inside the data, you can deep dive inside the data, and you can pick up the more information from that, right? So if I click here, and if I go back, okay, you can go drill up. Okay, I will drill up. Drill up is nothing but seeing the more aggregated view, whereas drill down is nothing but looking at non-aggregated view. So we will reduce the aggregation in drill down, and on drill up we will increase the aggregation, right? So likewise, the more information, or in this way you can explain it, right? So then there are four more information, like increase the level of hierarchy. So as soon as I click on this, it will, so right now I will show you first, right? So right now it is album name. When I click on increase the hierarchy, now it will show me the artist name. As soon as I go into next level of hierarchy, it will show me the track name. As soon as I go more, it will show me the platform and number of albums. Right? Likewise, you can increase the hierarchy also. And again, you can click on drill down, drill up, and you can come to your original position. Here also, you can see you can expand all the hierarchy at once also. So let's say when I click this, you can see it will bring me one hierarchy. When I click on this plus, it will give me one more hierarchy. If I click on this plus, it will give me one more hierarchy, and likewise it will give me more information, like in one single go, right? So in this way, actually, we are going to create this particular details grid, and it will be very much dynamic. You can jump from this page to the another page, where you can drill through the data. You can look the underlying data as well, I can see. So let's say if you want to see this, right? So you can see there are number of tracks 1036. So just mention look at this number, right? So when I go on drill through, and when I click on details grid, you can see the number of tracks played. How many are there? 1036. Automatically those particular tracks will be shown to me with all the album names and all the information. You can just download this, and you can send to your head management. So likewise, it is giving me an advanced feature where I can dig down into that particular inside, go inside the data, find out more information, what is going on in that particular music, or in that particular album, that particular artist, or that particular track. And the more information we add, the more information we will be able to fetch from that particular dashboard, right? So this is lot to consume, but this we are going to design everything in this particular video, right? So before wasting much time, we will just move ahead, and I will show you the problem statement which we have over here. So I will just take you through the problem statement. So this is the problem statement. Okay, so this is the first dashboard which we are going to design, which I just explained. This will be the second one, and the third one is the grid view, which I have not mentioned over here. So there are different steps in this particular project which we are going to see. The first one is the requirement gathering and the business requirements, which we will see in the bit. Okay, so the everything first we will see all the requirement gathering sessions, Then we will do the data walkthrough. So what raw data we have, then data connection. So we will connect our Power BI to our flat CSV file, which we are having over here. Then we will do some data cleaning. We will check the quality of the data as well. Then we will do the data modeling as well, where we will be creating one different date table and calendar table, or calendar table, I can say, and we will connect it to our main table in data modeling. Then we will do some data processing where we will be using some calculations to create that particular calendar table. Then of course we are going to use tax calculations. Then I have not added here the drill through and all those features, but those we are going to see over here. Then we are also going to see the dashboard layouting, which is the important part. We are going to develop all the charts, the dashboards, and we are also on the go. I will show you how to read those insights as well, right? So this is the information which are there in this, or the steps which are going to do in this particular project. So first we will see the business requirement. So let's discuss about my website before moving ahead into our project. So on this particular website, I have added different Power BI projects and different data analyst portfolio projects as well as it have data analyst complete material as well. And this entire material will help you in, getting polished your data analysis skills. And on the go, you can learn different concepts. There are different handwritten and printed notes available, interview questions, and everything is available. You can just read. So you can see this is available on my website right now. And before you go over here, you should watch this particular video. That is nothing but the data analyst roadmap, which I created for edition 2025 few days ago. It's a 1 hour video, and you will learn everything from this particular video. And the same thing after that, you will be able to understand what's available in this entire package. So this is the data analyst complete material which I have. So when you click on this, you will have all the things with syllabus, right? So you can see I have all the topics, right? Statistics, Excel, data warehouse, Power BI, Tableau, real-time projects, soft skills, 10 practice data sets are also available for you. And all the questions, interview, right? Round one, round two, round three, managerial and everything. So everything is written over here. You can read what is available. So you can see this type of notes and this type of, printed notes and everything, and questions and answers. Projects are also available, right? So everything is available. You can see for Power BI, 7 real-time world projects are available. For Tableau, 6 projects. For SQL, 3. You can see for Excel also 4 projects are available, and you can see everything. And also you can read everything and you will understand what's present in this package. All right. So also I have different projects. Also you can see 18 Power BI unique projects are available. You can just go ahead and see what those projects are. You will be able to see everything over here. What are the projects, what functionality you will learn from that particular project, and you will be able to download all this. So these are the images of projects which you will get, and you will get the actual working file. .ppx file will be available in that. Raw data which is used to create this project will be available. You will also get in this particular thing the images which are being used, the problem statement, the domain document, terminology documents, important, all the things, all the wallpapers and everything, whatever I have used, everything will be available. You will get in this entire thing. And it is not only for Power BI, you will get it for Tableau, you will get it for SQL, you will get it for Python, you will get it for Excel as well, right? And here you can see more than 3,000 people have already purchased this, and they are doing great in their data analyst journey, right? So just go ahead. The link of this particular website will be available in the description of this particular video. Just go ahead, see if you like it, you can go ahead and make the purchase. All right. So let's move ahead with our video. In this digital music era, right? So everybody is right now, they can able to listen the music on their phone itself. And the app which you are going to use right now is the Spotify analysis, or the Spotify app. And based on that particular app only, we have gathered the data and we are going to do the analysis for that, right? So we are going to understand the different listening patterns for both the users as well as the streaming platforms. And this will focus on the Spotify albums data, and it will provide the user engagement with albums over different times, or the historical time period which we have, right? And the first analysis, as explained in the overview dashboard, I will be using, or we will be creating, will be albums, right? So for albums in this particular section, what we'll be analyzing is we'll find the total number of albums played over time, right? So what are the total number of albums which are being played from start to end, that is from 2015 to 2024. And it will help us to, on trends, okay, how are the listening trends over the months and years, right? Then we will be also finding out the number of albums listened by year, right? So this will give us the habits of listening and what volume is been consumed in that particular year. All right, then we will be finding out the top five albums, right? So the bar chart which I showed you, and it will be helping us to find out the most or which will give us the information of the top five albums, the most played albums from that particular the Spotify app. And then we will be doing the analysis of latest year versus previous year, and this is important for us. Why? Because we will see the consumption of music, and day by day whether that particular users are returning to our app and they are listening the music or not, right? And if they are not listening, what we should do, what steps should be taken based on that. So that we will be doing, and for that we will be using the latest year analysis versus previous year analysis trends. And obviously the most important metric which we are going to find out will be the year on year, right? So this will be done for albums the same way we'll be doing it for artists as well, right? So for different albums, different artists will be there where they will play the songs, they will give the music to that particular albums, and definitely based on that we'll be giving there will be different artists, and the same information or same metrics will be using we will be finding it for artists as well, right? Then we will be finding out the tracks. Okay, so the same information or same amount of information which I explained for albums, we will be finding it for tracks as well, right? So the name of the song and all those things, everything will be doing it for tracks as well. So this will be for the first dashboard which we are going to design, that will be an overview dashboard, or we can call it as a summary dashboard as well, right? Then moving ahead in this particular business requirement, we are also going to find out the listening patterns, right? So the first thing which we are going to do is listening hour analysis, and it will be for from in the entire day for 24 hours, and for different days in a week we are going to find out the trends of the visualizing patterns. Okay, and from this what we will be getting is we'll see the peak listening times and different patterns across the hours and days, and this will be done by using a heat map where we will be giving different colors, and based on the color intensity we'll be able to find out which are the most useful or most used hours where the listening of that music is done highly, right? And same way, we are going to find out the average listening time versus track frequency, where you will be using or you will be designing a scatter plot, and we'll be doing an quadrant analysis where I can say to categorize the tracks based on high frequency and high listening time. Okay, so this particular first one is the most engaging tracks, right? So this will be an the most important point for us, or this is the insight which we will be looking for, the most engaging tracks. Then next will be the low frequency and high listening time. So all these four I will be explaining you when we will be doing our analysis. So low frequency and high listening time will be the niche but impactful tracks, right? So tracks are impactful, but listening time is high but frequency is low. Then frequency is high but listening time is low, right? So this will be called as short and frequently played tracks, right? Then this will be low frequency and low listening time, and this will be very much low popular or less popular tracks where no attention is being given to these particular tracks, right? So this is the business requirement which we'll be doing. And the third one which we are going to do is we are going to analyze the details grid, where we will be using drill up, drill through, drill down, and we will be also using the hierarchical a way of drilling this particular data, and we'll see the underlying data which will be used for exporting that particular grid to different users based on what filters we are applying in the first dashboards, right? So this I can explain you this better when we are designing that particular logic at the end of this particular video, because it is the end part. After designing all the dashboard, we are going to make use of drill through features, And the bookmark feature, I didn't find an use case while I was recording this particular video. But going forward, if I find something important where I can add in this particular video, I will definitely add, right? So that one part I will keep aside the bookmarks. I will see if we can add this, we can find any use case in this particular project. But obviously, I have added the important feature, that is drill up, drill down, drill through, and the hierarchical feature in this particular video, right? Or in this particular project. So moving ahead, so obviously you guys like the video, you do the complete project first. Most important for me would be to subscribe my channel, right? Why I'm asking you this, because it is free for you, but it will give me a motivation to create such advanced project on new topics, or we can say trending topics, so that you will get an idea of what is going on in the market. It will be useful for you as well, because you will be learning more and more new things. So people are watching, but they are not subscribing. So it will not take much time. 1 second will be required for just to hit that particular red button. Just go ahead and subscribe. And if you are enjoying this video, just click on like button. If there are any suggestions for me, just go ahead and comment. So this will be the data walkthrough, and this is the data which we are going to use for today's analysis. So this particular data you can download through the link which is available in the description of this particular video. You can go ahead, you can download it, and you can use for your own analysis, right? And you can follow me along this through video, and you will be able to perform the same things which I am doing in this particular video. All right. So I will just give you a quick walkthrough of this particular data, what metadata we have in this particular entire data set. So the total number of rows which we have, you can see the count at the bottom, it is 149k. Okay, almost 150,000 data is there, or we can also call it as 1,50,000 rows are there in this particular entire data set. It is a big data. And if you see the number of columns, the total number of 11 columns or 11 fields are there, which will be used in this particular entire analysis, right? So we will go one by one, and I will explain you what is the meaning of each and every data or each and every field over here. But you can also go through this particular domain document. Okay, so I have created this domain document of this particular Spotify analysis, which will give you an detailed theoretical information of each and every field which is available in this. So what is the description of that field, what is the format of that field, why the field is being used in this particular data set, right? So the first first field or the first column you have is Spotify track URI. So I'll just bold this so you'll understand. So this is Spotify track URI. It is nothing but an unique identifier assigned to each track, right? And it is required because when you store this particular data in your database, it is required in each and every column, so that we also call it as a row ID, right? And that's the reason we have used the Spotify track URI. So in this particular, each and every row will have a unique ID. Okay, unique reference ID, I can say, and URI is nothing but that. So ID it will be used as an primary key for this particular table, because it is unique for each and every row. There are no duplicates in this. So this is the Spotify track URI for us, right? The next is TS. TS is nothing but timestamp, right? And it is in UTC, right? Or Universal Time Zone will be there, and it is gives us the information of when this track was started playing, or it was when it stopped playing, right? And it is also giving us an information of timestamp as well, at what time it was started to play, right? And on what date it has been played, right? So the information which we have in this particular data, it will be having an information of from 2015 to 2024. Okay, so almost 9 years of data we have in this particular data set. Then we have platform. So platform is nothing but on which particular device or on which particular operating system that particular music has been played, or this particular Spotify application or web application it's been used, right? So it can be a web player, it can be a Mac, it can be a Windows, or it can be an Android platform, right? So that is the information which has been present over here. Then this is EMS played, it is nothing but milliseconds played, right? So you can convert later this into minutes, but this gives an information of this particular track, it is been played for how many milliseconds, right? So this is nothing but duration of that particular track which has been played. So this is useful because here you can see it help us to find out the engagement analysis and identify how much time that particular uh, track has been played, right? Then we have the information of track name. Track name is nothing but it will be the title of the song which has been played, right? Then we have artist name. Artist name is nothing but the artist which has been present in this particular uh, you know in this particular data, right? Then we have album name, from which particular album that particular track has or the artist has been there, right? So that also we have. Then we also have the reason start. Okay, so now reason start is nothing but, let's say you are traveling and you just open the Spotify app, you started playing any music, right? So you just play first music, then automatically it goes ahead, and one song is been over, it will go to the second song automatically. So it is called as autoplay. Then there is click row is also there, so all the information is been present. If it is track done, then previous track was been ended and automatically the second track was played. Click row is nothing but user is manually selecting that particular song. Then back button is nothing but user pressed the back button and that's the reason the song was been played. Forward button is nothing but user clicked on the next song button, so that particular that song was played. And then play button is there because user placed the play button and automatically the song was played. And similarly autoplay is nothing but the next track was been automatically selected by Spotify, that is nothing but shuffle on, right? So that's the reason uh, how why the reason was or the start of that particular song was done. In similar way, why the reason was end, nothing but why that particular song was stopped being played. The same information is there, just there is one more added, that is logout. Why logout? Because if if user is closing that particular app and that's the reason that song was been shut down or it was stopped playing, so that is one extra been added over here, right? So these are the purpose. Why? What's the purpose is nothing but to understand behavior of engagement tracks from a reason end and reason start, right? Then there is one more, that is shuffle and skip. Shuffle is nothing but it indicates whether shuffle mode was on during playback or not, right? So it helps us understand how often the users turn on the shuffle mode. Shuffle mode is nothing but um, the random songs will be played from your playlist, right? And skip is nothing but if there is an song which has been playing but you did not like the song, you will click on the skip button and the next song will play. So it is useful for identifying the drop off rates and song popularity, if that song is popular or not, right? So likewise, if it is, and though these both of these particular columns have true and false values, right? If it is true, then the shuffle mode is on, or the song was skipped. If it is false, shuffle mode is off, and similarly for skip, that particular user did not skip to that particular song, right? So likewise, the data is available for us. You can read this document. Both the document and data is available in the description box. You can download it. All right. So in this way, we are going to see, or we have seen our data walkthrough as well. Now next, what we will do, we will actually start our design. First we will have to go with the step, that is connecting data to our Power BI. So first I will open the Power BI and I will take a new file. Okay, so I will just take a new file. I will take a blank report from here and now I will connect to my data. First I will close my file over here, and now so this will be the file. When you click on your new file or when you open your Power BI, you will see this particular interface, this particular page. And now what you have to do is you have to connect to your data. So you have different by default options which is available over here, that is info from Excel and all those things. But our file which we are going to use, it is a CSV file. So I'll just expand this option, and now you have to go in home data. Okay, that is home ribbon over here, and here you have an option called get data, and here you have an option called text or CSV. So I'll just click on text and CSV. Now what you have to do is you have to go ahead and just locate the file which you have downloaded using the link. Just go to that particular folder and just locate that file. So for me, this is the file. I'll just click on open. Okay, so it will take some time to load the data. And one more thing, guys. Okay, so I'll just explain you this particular TS column. So most of the people will be facing issues over here because when I will be using this particular file, what will happen is for me the CSV is correctly working, but for you what will happen that some of the date formats will be incorrect, right? And when you start your analysis, it will give you the different results. So first what you do, whenever you are downloading the CSV from the link which is mentioned in the description box, check if that particular date and time format is correctly mentioned or not. If not, you have to correct it first, right? And when you are importing it in Power BI as well, check the data type of this particular TS column. I will show you going forward. What I will do first, I will just click on load. So it will load all that particular data into my Power BI. It will take some time and it will give me the message. So you can see it has been loaded, and now I will just go here in table view. Just click on table view, and here you can see the entire data has been brought. And when you click on this particular expand option, all this particular fields has been brought into this particular this particular Power BI view, right? And now here you can see you have to check the data, see the data type of each and every data, and at the bottom you can see 149860 rows are being imported. So these are the same number of rows which we saw in the CSV file. So you also have to check if same number of rows are being imported in Power BI or not. If is there any data loss which has been happened while importing into our Power BI, so that you have to check. You have to check it every time, not only for this project, for each and every project which you will be working in future, right? Whether it will be a self-learning project or in your industrial project or real-time project, right? And this is also real-time data itself, guys. Okay. So here you can see this is a Spotify URL tag, and I was telling you about this particular field. I will so just click on this particular field, and when I click on this field, it is giving me the data type. So you can see the data type is date slash time. Okay, so this is the data type which should be there for you as well. It should not be something else like text or anything. It should be date and time only. If it is something different, you cannot proceed with whatever we are doing over here, right? So just make sure that it is a date and time data type which is available for you as well, right? The format doesn't matter. Format you can keep it whatever you have different formats over here, but I will keep it general date format only, right? So then you can check all the data is been brought or not. So you can see these are the platform. This is the ms or the milliseconds it has been played. This is the track name. You have artist name, you have album name, reason start, reason end, shuffled and skip. Everything has been brought over here. So this is the importing of the data, right? Then we have to do the quality check of the data. So for that, what I will do, I'll just go on home tab, and here you have an option called transform data. So as soon as I click to this particular thing, it is an ETL operation tool where you can prepare, transform, and load the data again back to the Power BI, right? So it is an ETL tool for us in Power BI. So as soon as I click, it will open me a new window which is called as Power Query Editor. We don't have much work over here, but what you have to do is you have to go in View column over here. Okay, so just go in View column and just turn on the column integration and column distribution over here, and just check if there is any error or empty values. Empty values are, I mean, if there is an empty value, it's fine for us, but there shouldn't be any error for us, right? So here you can see it is valid 100%, valid 100%. Check everything if it is valid 100% or not. So you can see here it is valid is 99.99. Okay, but empty is 1%. That's what does that mean? That there are some values in this particular field where there are blanks, right? So I will so just open those. You can see these are the number of blanks which are there in this particular entire data set. It doesn't matter for us because we don't have any information of that particular track, why the reason it has been started and what's the reason it has been ended. Okay, so that doesn't matter for us. Okay, so it can be blank, but it should not be, there should not be any error for us, right? So this is how you check the quality of the data. And fortunately, we don't have any data cleaning in this particular video or in this particular data set. All the data which was already cleaned, and the data we have taken from Maven Analytics, which was a part of a challenge which was done by Maven Analytics, and the same data we have just captured from there. So it is already a clean data. So big shout out to Maven Analytics, so which from where we have taken this particular data and we are analyzing in this particular video, right? So yeah, shout out to Maven Analytics, right? And credits to Maven Analytics as well for this particular data which we are using over here, right? Now we haven't done anything, just we will go back, and if we have did anything, we just have to click on close and apply, and it will take me back to our Power BI, right? So all the changes which we have done over there, it will be brought back over here, right? So I've just showed you quickly how to do the data quality check. I have also created an entire video of how to do data cleaning. Okay, I have added the link of entire data cleaning video in Power Query and in Power BI in the description of the video. You can watch that 1 hour video, and it will be enough for you to learn how to do data cleaning as well as data modeling. Okay, two separate videos are being created for that, right? So we will move ahead into our project. So as you see in this particular analysis which we have to do here, so let's say for albums, you know that we have to do last year analysis, that is previous year, and year on year growth analysis. So whenever you have to play with date, okay, I mean to say, if anything which is related to date, we always have to use a time intelligence functions, DAX queries over there. And to use a time intelligence, we have to use a date table. Okay. And when I say date table, it is important for us to use a date table because whenever we are dealing with time calculations, it is not only for this particular project, but it will be for any project which you will be working in future. Each and every data will be having a date column, right? So for years, it will the date column which we have is TS, nothing but timestamp. For you, if you are working on any different project in your real-time world as well, you will have a different name for your date field. But always remember, date field will be always there. And whenever a date field come into picture into your data set, you always have to use the date table. Why? Because that particular date table will help us to give an organized date formats or dates which can be easily used for our analysis, or also help us in using time intelligence DAX functions, right? So in the same way we are going to use in this particular video as well. So it is also called as a date table, or we also called it as a calendar table, right? Because anything related to dates, uh, whether it is week, month, quarter, or any ISO dates, ISO months, any fiscal calendar months, you have to find out, right? So if fiscal year starts from one point and ends it for Indian, if you say fiscal year starts from 1st of April and ends on 31st of March. So you have to set those particular dates in that way, then you have to use a date table, right? So for the same way we are going to use in this particular project as well, we are going to create a date table for us. And for that, I will just create a new table over here. So you just have to create a new table. As soon as you open a new table, you can see a new table has been created. So this is our original table, that is Spotify history. A new table has been created, that is, for now the name of the table is table here over here, but I will name it as date table. Okay. As soon I do, you can see the name also here will be also changing. Okay, so here you can see the date table name has been changed, and now we will open, or we will write a calculation to create a date table over here. And this particular date table, we will derive it from main table itself, right? So just calculation we are going to write over here. Okay, so I will be using a calendar function over here. And the calendar function, you can see it will take two arguments. First is the start date, and second will be the end date. Okay. So now start date here, you can mention it, you can hard code as well. You can just type in double inverted commas, you can add date, month, and year, and you can hard code the start date and end date. And between those start date and end date, all the dates whichever are there, it will give you the list of all those in the form of rows. Okay, but we want it dynamic. Okay, so whenever the date in, or you can say in Spotify history table, that is our main table, if the date changes, it should be changed in calendar table as well, right? Because the feed of this calendar table or this date table, it should be taken from the main table itself, right? So the start date, I will be taking it from TS column, is there nothing but timestamp. From here itself we will take the start date, and from here itself we will take the end date. So the start date, what we will be taking, the start date, or whichever is the minimum date. Okay, whichever is the lowest or the minimum date which is available in this particular table or in this particular field, here it will be taking, we will be taking it, right? So I will be using a minimum function. Okay, and then we will take it from TS. Okay, so I'll just type TS, and you can say the Spotify history TS field is available over here, comma. Okay, so this is the which we can say minimum of TS, nothing but minimum of this particular field. It will be taken as a start date, and second argument now we have to mention, that is end date. So for that I will be using max. Okay, I will be using a function and I will use TS. Okay, I will close this bracket and I will close the bracket of this calendar, right? And as soon as I hit enter, okay, so it is giving me all the dates over here, but it is also giving me the timestamp over here, right? So you can see it is giving me the timestamp. Why it is giving me all those information? Because here you can see the timestamp, the TS field over here, you can see it is in the form of date and time. Okay, when I click over here, it is a date and time format. So for us, you can use that particular thing. Okay, so whatever table we have created over here, you can use this particular table. But when you are creating joins, okay, when you go ahead and create joins in data modeling, it will give us the incorrect results, because this particular date, okay, when you join this particular date to this particular date, okay, so if you join this date to particular this date, you can see there is a difference, because it is 18/7/2013, let's say for example, but a time value is also available over here. But when you go to our date table, there is no time value available over here, and that's the reason we will be not able to match those particular two columns. We cannot join those particular two columns, because in forward in because in this particular project going forward, in data modeling we are going to connect this particular two tables based on date function. So to take that precaution, initially only what we will do, so in this TS column we have, sorry, what we will do, we will just extract the date from here and we will extract the time from here. So we will just split this column into two different columns, which will just give us the information of only date and only time. So for that, in this particular column, what we will do, or in this particular table, I will just right click in Spotify history and I will just click on new column. Okay, so we have to create a new column, so I will just create a new column and I will name that column as track played date. Okay, so it will be track played date for me. Okay, and I will just use a function date. Okay, so it takes three arguments: give me the year, give me the month, and give me the day. Okay, so for year I will use a year function. Okay, and from where it should take the year, it should be taking the year from this, that is this function, that is PS, this date. So I'll use, okay, I will take year from this date, close the bracket, comma. Now I want a month, so I will use a month function for that. I will take the month from the same column, that is TS, close the bracket, comma, and the third argument I want to take day. So I will use a day function again, and I will take it from the same field, that is this. Close this bracket and close the bracket of this particular date and just hit enter. So as soon as you do, you can see we have got a new field over here which gives us the information of track play date. So here only date has been extracted, but with that field or with that time is also been, the time component is also there, but it is 00 everywhere. It does not takes any value. So what we will do, we'll change the data type of this. So just click on this column, go to column tools, and here you have a data type. So I'll just drop this down and I will just click on date. Okay, so as soon as you do, you can see now only date is there, right? And from here you can choose any date format which you can choose. I will just choose short date. And now here you can see, here it is only taking the information of date, right? So we have extracted from this particular column, we have extracted only date. Now what we will do, we will also extract hour also from that. Okay, so or we can say that particular timestamp we have to take from there. So what I will do, I will right click over here and I will just click on new column and I will just name it as track played time. Okay, so I want to extract the time component also for that, and I will be using a format function. Okay, so what should be the value, for which value I have to use it? So for TS, okay, so for this column, comma, what should be the format, in what format the time should be there. So I will, in double noted comma, I will type HH, that is nothing for hours, then I will take MM, that is nothing for minutes, colon SS, that is nothing for seconds. Close this double inverted comma, close the bracket and hit enter. As soon as you do, you can see I have taken the information of all track plate time over here, but the data type is text. You can convert it into time. Okay, just click on yes. Okay, so as soon as you do, the time is been converted, right? So you can see this, all the information which we have over here, it is now in time, right? So we have extracted date, track plate date and track plate time, and now we will be using track plate date to create our date table, which will be next or in forward we will be using it for data modeling. So now click on this date table. Now instead of this minimum of TS, we will take it as track plate date. So we will be using track plate date over here also, and we'll be using track plate date here as well. Okay, and I will just hit enter now. Okay, so as soon as you do, you can see the values are there, but again here also what we will do, I will just click on this particular date column and I will name this particular, change the name or data type of this to date, right? And I will change the format to short date. Okay, so now you can see the minimum date which is available for us, that is minimum date which was taken, it was at 8th of July 2013. And when I go to extreme bottom, the maximum date which is there in our data set is 15th of December 2024, right? So between all of these two dates, okay, we have taken two arguments. First was this date, so this value, okay, so minimum of this, it will give us this date, and the maximum of this, it will give us the last date. And in between whatever dates fall, okay, irrespective of which whether they are available in this particular data set or not, it will give us all the dates, and each and every row will have a unique value. You can go ahead and check, right? So each and every row, you can see this is 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So each and every row will have an unique value over here, right? So now we have created a date. Now what we will do, I will just right click on this date table again and I will create a new column. Okay, and I will name it as year. So I want to find out year also. So it's simple, we'll be using a year function. Year from where? From this particular date. So I will just type date, I will scroll up, and here you can see from date table, date column I have to take it. So I will just hit enter and it will give me the extract the year from here, right? So you can see here, when I scroll down from this particular date, it will just give me the date information, that is 2016, right? So now in this way, we have created a date table or a calendar table, sorry, calendar table. And in this, what we are going to do, we are going to create a more and more columns over here, but I will not create those now. Going forward into our design and development, whenever required, we will create those and we will know why we are creating those. So instead of creating it right now, we will go in forward our design or going more into our design as per requirements, and then we will do those, right? So year was required, which is very obvious. We will require year, so I have just created that. Now the next part we have to create is data modeling. So just click on model view over here, and as soon as you do over here, you can see there are two tables available for us. And right now these two tables are independent. So this table is independent, a standalone table. This is a independent, a standalone table. In between these two tables, there is no relationship yet created in between them, right? So in this particular semantic model, what we are going to do now, we are going to join these two table, right? So you have a date over here, track plate date, and you have a date over here. So what I will do, I will take this particular date and I will drag on this particular date. As soon as you do, what it is giving me a creation of new relationship, right? So from Spotify history table, the track played, that is grayed out, this particular column is been used, and from date table, this particular table is been used, and automatically the cardinality is one to many, right? So or we can say many to one, one to many, it is same, right? And the direction of filter is single, nothing but from one way the direction of filter will work. From this table, whenever there is any filter, it will work for this table. It cannot work from this to this. Only in one way it will work. So right, it is enough for us, right? So I'll just click on save, and as soon as you do, a relationship is been created, and when you hover your mouse on this particular noodle or in this node, automatically it will show which two columns are being used for joining of these two particular table, right? And the direction here, you can see the direction is from this to this. It is nothing but if a field from this particular table can be used to filter out this particular table, but from this table it cannot filter out this table. So it's the reason it is in single direction filter can work, right? And here you can see one is there and here many is there. What does it mean? As I told you in date table, I told you that this particular date, okay, so this date is having a value, a unique value on each and every row. Okay, if I show you over here, this 11/7/2013, it is present only on one row. Here it is not repeated. Next it's 12, next is 13. So it is appearing only once in that particular table or in that particular field. So that's the reason it's called also as a primary key for us, right? But when you go into our main table in Spotify history over here, you can see here 18th of July, it is repeated over here. Here also it is repeated. Here also it is repeated. So it is not unique over here. It is repetitive, right? We can call it as a foreign key, right? So there are many dates available over here, but in date column there is single date on each and every field, right? Or each and every row. And that's the reason one to many relationship, right? And it is recommended to have one to many relationship or one to one relationship, but it is not recommended to have here also star and here also star. It is called as many to many relationship. It unnecessarily increase the number of rows in our data set. And when query is fired from Power BI to this particular data model, it takes a lot of time to load the data and there are chances of duplications of data, right? So it is recommended to have either many to one or one to many relationships, or also one to one relationship will also work, right? But many to many, in very rare cases you are allowed to do that, where you can control the flow of data, right? So this is how we created the data model, and you should know this information. And for this particular all informations, I have created an entire video where you will learn everything related to data modeling. It is available on my channel. You can just search data modeling by data tutorials. You will get a 1 hour video where a real-time data model I have created by using 5 to 6 tables, and it will show you and it will help you understand how we are doing all those informations, right? Or how a data modeling is done, because data modeling is heart of any project, of any development or any report. If your data modeling is incorrect, if it is not done correctly, you will get totally, I can say, incorrect results in your reports, right? So if data modeling is correct, you will get accurate results. If not, you will get messed up results, even though your DAX and your procedure is correct, right? So most of the time, 60 to 70% of work is done on data itself, right? So this is part of data only. Okay. Report creation is very, I can say, a simple thing which we can do, because anyone who knows how to write calculations, who can he make use of Google and he can write the calculations. But data modeling is something you have to learn it. Okay. No Google or nobody can help you understand how the data is. You own have to work on it, and you own have to understand how the data works. So read the data, always go ahead and read the data. Here you have the data, right? The data which I just showed you, the Spotify analysis data. This is the data, right? Read the data, go in every bit of this particular data, why we are using these fields, what are the use of these fields, how the granularity of the data is. So you will understand most of the things here itself, right? 60 to 70% of project will be done using data only, right? So I will not waste much time on theoretical part. Okay. But yeah, this was just how we do it. All right. Now next we will actually start our design based on our problem statement which we have. Okay. So let's discuss about my website before moving ahead into our project. So on this particular website, I have added different Power BI projects and different data analyst portfolio projects as well as it have data analyst complete material as well. And this entire material will help you in, getting polished your data analysis skills. And on the go, you can learn different concepts. There are different handwritten and printed notes available, interview questions, and everything is available. You can just read. So you can see this is available on my website right now. And before you go over here, you should watch this particular video. That is nothing but the data analyst roadmap, which I created for edition 2025 few days ago. It's a 1 hour video, and you will learn everything from this particular video. And the same thing after that, you will be able to understand what's available in this entire package. So this is the data analyst complete material which I have. So when you click on this, you will have all the things with syllabus, right? So you can see I have all the topics, right? Statistics, Excel, data warehouse, Power BI, Tableau, real-time projects, soft skills, 10 practice data sets are also available for you. and all the questions interview, right? Round one, round two, round two, round three, managerial and everything. So everything is written over here. You can read what is available. So you can see this type of notes and this type of printed notes and everything, and questions and answers. Projects are also available, right? So everything is available. You can see for Power BI 7 real-time world projects are available, for Tableau 6 projects, for SQL 3. You can see for Excel also 4 projects are available, and you can see everything. And also you can read everything and you will understand what's present in this package. All right. So also I have different projects also. You can see 18 Power BI unique projects are available. You can just go ahead and see what those projects are. You will be able to see everything over here. What are the projects, what functionality you will learn from that particular project, and you will be able to download all this. So these are the images of projects which you will get, and you will get the actual working file. .ppx file will be available in that. Raw data which is used to create this project will be available. You will also get in this particular thing the images which are being used, the problem statement, the domain document, terminology documents, important, all the things, all the wallpapers and everything, whatever I have used, everything will be available. You will get in this entire thing. And it is not only for Power BI, you will get it for Tableau, you will get it for SQL, you will get it for Python, you will get it for Excel as well, right? And here you can see more than 3,000 people have already purchased this, and they are doing great in their data analyst journey, right? So just go ahead. The link of this particular website will be available in the description of this particular video. Just go ahead, see if you like it, you can go ahead and make the purchase. All right. So let's move ahead with our video. So now after our modeling, we will go to our report view, and in this particular report view, we will start our designing of report after or based on our problem or business requirements which we have. So first thing before doing that, what I will do, I will just set up our page. We will do a page setup. So for that, what I will do, I will just click anywhere over here and go to visualization. Okay, here go to visualizations, and here you have format your page, and I will just go to canvas background. Okay, so the background which I will be using a color for that, and I will just use more colors, and I will be using an hex code over here. So the color code which I will be using will be 1F 1A 1A. Okay, so it is 1F 1A 1A, and the transparency. Let me check the transparency. What is that? And it's 0%. Okay, so the transparency right now here it is. You can see I have given the color over here, but the transparency here you can see it is 100%. So you have to reduce it to 0%, and then you will be able to see that color over here which we just applied. Okay, go again over here and go to canvas settings, and the vertical alignment I will choose it as middle, so it will be at the center. Alignment The vertical alignment will be center, and here you can see the type is, or the width and height, it is right now 16:9, but I don't want this. I will use a custom size for this. So the height which we will be using, it will be 2200. Okay, so I'll use it as 2200. Okay, so 2200 will be height, the pixel for me, and the width I will be using at 3300. Okay, so this will be the height and width for me. Okay, and here you can see the percentage over here. Just click on this particular percentage, that is for the zoom of this particular window. You can just use fit to page. Okay, just click on fit to page and click on apply. So automatically to your particular page size, it will be automatically adjusted. So I will just click this over here, and you can see now the percentage is changed to 32. So I have just used a fit to page. So entire page will be shown to me without any vertical and horizontal scroll bars in this particular report view, right? So now to start our design, what we will do, first we will add the heading of our dashboard, and we will add the logo of Spotify. So for that, go to insert tab over here. Here you will insert an image, so just click on image, and I will locate this image. So this image, it is available in the description box, the same folder which you will access, and from there you can download this particular image. So I'll just click on open, and I will open it, and I will just increase the size of it like this. Okay, so first I will choose this particular thing. Okay, the final one only we have choose. Okay, and I will reduce it likewise. and reduce it like this. Okay, so let me check in this. So I'll just check the properties of its height will be 200 and width will be 575. Same thing I'll be using over here. So use height as 200 and width as 575. Okay, so this will be the heading of our dashboard. Okay, and just place it at the top left. Okay, so the same way which we have added over here. Okay, so now next what we will do, before starting we will add these containers. Okay, we have these three containers over here to take all the information of artists, albums and tracks. So I will just add this container over here. So for that, I will just go to insert, and in insert you have an option here called shapes, and in shapes I will add the rounded rectangle. So just click on this. I will increase the size likewise, and first we'll just give the size from here. So go to general, go to properties, and the height I will be taking it as 1832. Okay, so the height for me will be 1832, or it should be less than, so I'll just take it a bit up. And now, so just take it at the top and then give the size. Okay, 1832, right? Because if it is in middle somewhere, it will be not able to extend because it extend in downward direction. So just take the shape at the top and then specify your height, right? Then the width for me will be 980. Okay, so this will be the height and width. Okay, and then go to shape, and in shape the rounded corners which we'll be using, I'll be using it at 3%. And rotation we will not use. Style will go, and we'll turn off the border. Okay, turn off the border, and the color which we are going to use for this will be hashtag. The hashtag color which we'll be using, let me check what's the color. Okay, so the color will be 1F 1A 1A. Okay, so this will be the color, but you can see the color of this background and this background is same, but I need to check what is the color of our background. That is nothing but this particular background. Okay, so yeah, so what changes you have to do, guys? Okay, so I mistakenly taken different color codes. So just click anywhere outside. Okay, just delete this. Okay, just click anywhere outside. Go over here in format your report page, go to canvas background, and I will change the color. We are not going to use this color, so just change the color over here. So the color which we'll be using, it will be 282626. Okay, the hashtag 282626, and you can see the color has been changed. And now the shape of the color for we will be using for shape, it will be now, it will be some darker color, and the background will be some grayish darkish color, or you can say shade of one of the shade of black. And now we'll just bring it over here, right? So just bring it over here. Okay, so in this way we'll be adding our shape over here, right? So now we have added the shape, and now what we will do, we will start designing, right? So now first thing we have to do it for albums. You can see in our business requirements, the first thing we have to do it for albums. So I will just add a text over here. So for that I will just go in insert, and here you have an option called text. So just click on text. I will just bring that text box below over here, and I will type and text as albums. Okay, so you can see the text is very small because we have increased the pixel size of our dashboard. So just click on select all. You can see a very small text is there, so it has been seen over here. But you can just go ahead and increase the font size. You can just increase the font size to 44. I will just increase the, you can see now it is visible for us. And the font which we'll be using, it will be Corbel. Okay, and we'll make it as bold, and I will just click it as center, and I will just adjust the shape right now. So I just adjust the shape, then I will go to properties, not properties, go to effect and turn off the background for this. Now just select the entire text over here, and we will make it as this particular white. Okay, so this will be the heading for us, and now just select this and just take this particular text to over here. Okay, you can move it by using your arrow keys also, right? The same way which we have added over here, right? Now next thing what we have to do is we have to find out, uh, as per our problem statement, now what we will do, we have to find out the total number of albums played over time. Okay, so now if you go ahead and see our data, I will just show you. So you can see we have an the field over here which says album name. Okay, So there are so many albums available over here, but you can see they are repeated on each and every row. For few rows, those are repeated. So we have to take count of albums, but you cannot take only count. You have to take distinct count of albums so that all these MGMT album name will be counted as one time only when you use distinct count. If you use count, it will be counted as 5 times over here, which we don't want, right? So what we will do, we will go to our analysis. I will just right click over here and I will create a new measure. Okay. So what's the difference between measure and column? So column, it does an row by row operation and it gives as an output in the form of that single row. But measure, what it does, it takes an aggregation, right? So count is aggregation, distinct count is aggregation, sum, average, mean, max, anything which you are using and as an aggregated functions which you are using, it will be taken in the form of measures, right? So here also we are going to do some aggregation, so that's the reason we have selected measure in our tags, right? So it will be what, my number of albums. I will name it as number of albums. Next thing what I will do, I will choose here as distinct count. We'll be using a function called distinct count. We have it over here, and we have to take distinct count of album name. So it will take distinct count of album name, and we'll just hit enter. Okay, as soon as you do, you can see a new measure has been created, and now we have to create a KPI card over here. So for that, from here I will just select the card. Okay, or you can see just select the card. You can see a card will be appeared over here, and in this card I will just use number of albums and I will add it into fields. You can see the number has been appeared. Okay, so this is a number of albums for us. Now what we will do formatting of this. So I will just go in format visual, go in general, and here first I will go in effects and I will turn off the background. Okay, then go in visual, so turn off the category label as well, we don't want to show it. Go in category value over here, and here what we will do, we will choose the font as Sagio semi bold. Okay, and the font size will be for us as 40, and color which we'll be using for us will be this. Okay, so this is our number of albums, right? Now next what we have to do is, here you can see as per our created dashboard we have this value over here. What I will do, I'll just use as semi bold. Instead of semi bold I'll use bold. Okay, so now we have this value. Now what I will do, I will have to add this value over here, but you can see one more container we have to add. So this container we have to add, so I will just take the property of that container. So if you go ahead and see, the height is 510, height is 510, and the width for us will be 900. And just let's check its color code as well. Go in shape, the style is, it is 3%, and the color code which we have used over here will be, it will be hashtag 282626, the background same the color which we have used for here as well. So I will just go ahead and I will go in insert and I will go in shape and I will just take this shape for us, not this. Go in shapes and select this shape. Okay, so here what we have to do is go in general properties. So the height for me was 510 and the width for will be 900. Okay, then we'll go in shape, we'll go here, the rounded corners will be 3%. In style the border will be off, but in color code we'll be using the color code as hashtag 282626. Okay, so this will be the color, and now I'll bring it over here. Perfect, right? So likewise, all right, and now I will just bring my KPI card over here and I will place it over here. Perfect. But you can see the KPI card you cannot see over here because it has gone behind this particular shape. So what I will do, I will just select this particular shape, go to format, and I will just click on send backward. Just click once. Okay, if you click twice, this shape will go behind this background shape also. It will go behind that also. So don't do that. Just click once and it will appear over here, right? And here you can see this is the number of albums over here. I will just format this now, and next what we have to do is we have to add this particular text, that is album played over time. So I will just go in insert again and just click on text box and I will type it as albums, or what we will do, I'll just delete this and one sec, remove. And I will just copy this, just select this, Control C, Control B. Okay, I have copied this and the same thing we'll use. So I will name it as number albums played over time. Oops, I will just press Control Z. See, I will just click here albums played over time. Okay, right. And we'll just do some formattings over here as well. So I will use a font as Calibri, and I will use the font size for me as I'll use it as 28. Okay, so select this entire thing and I will then select 28. Okay, and the color we'll be using as this. So now reduce this and we'll bring it over here. So alignment for you, it will give some time to adjust alignments. Okay, perfect. So these are seven, whatever it is, 7907. These are the total albums played over time. But if you can see here, it is for the entire year. Okay, but you can see right now here it is been chosen only as Android platform. So we will add that filter later. Okay, so for now, just keep it as entire for all the columns or for all the data whichever we have in our data set. So these are the total for all that particular, okay, without irrespective of any platform. So it is for all the platforms, but here it is only showing us for the Android platform, right? So now next what we will do, as per our problem statement over here, we have to find number of albums listened by year, and we have to create an area chart for that. So from here, I will just take an area chart. So this is the area chart, and we have to take year first. Okay, so on x-axis I will take year, and number of albums I will add it on y-axis. Okay, so these are the albums played per year. So based on how is the from here you can see how is um, the trend of albums or the number of albums played per year, right? And now for here we will do some formattings on this. So first go in general, turn off the title and turn off the background as well. Right now go in visual. So I will go in y-axis, x-axis first. So I will just turn off the title first. And on values, I will just go over here. So on x-axis, I will choose it as 16. Okay, so values I will choose as 16, semi-bold, and the color I will choose this, or we can use this color. Okay, so it will be somewhat visible for us, right? Then I will go on y-axis, so turn off both values and title. Okay, so on y-axis turn off both values and title. Then grid lines. Okay, go in grid lines and turn off the vertical grid lines as well. Then go to lines. Okay, so the line here we'll choose it as join type we'll choose, or yeah, interpolation we'll choose it as smooth. Okay, so we'll take interpolation as smooth, so we'll have a smooth timeline over here for date versus we can say a year versus albums. So we will get the smooth line, and the line pixel I will choose it as 6. Okay, so this will be the 6, and we will go in color. I will choose the color for me as hashtag 016722. Okay, so this is the color code which we are going to use for here. Next, shaded area, go in shaded area, and here we will keep it as 60% itself. Then go to markers. Okay, so we'll just turn on the markers as well, and pixel size we'll give it as 12. The color for the markers, I'll just change the color for the markers to hashtag 039432. Okay, so this is the color for me. All right. And now, so this is the formattings for us, which we have done. All right. I think so. This is correct. Yeah. And now we'll just place it over here. So I'll just select this chart, just go to general, and here we will just choose the height and width for this. So the height will choose it as 355, and the width for this I will choose it as 865. Okay, and this we will place it over here. Perfect. Okay, yeah, looks nice. All right, guys. So in this way, we have created our two problem statement in from the albums, that is the total number of albums played over time and number of albums listened by year. So in this, one more thing we have to do, and I have not added in this particular problem statement, that we have to mention the values for minimum and maximum number of columns, or we can say number of albums. Right here you can see I have mentioned here the minimum value and I have mentioned here the maximum value. So here we have to mention it over here. But when you go and go to format visual, and when you click on data labels, okay, you can see the data labels right now which are shown are for all these particular data points, right? So if I go in data labels, and if I go to values, and if I show it in white color, and if I increase the size of this, right? So you can see it is showing us for all these particular data points, but I would just want to show the minimum value and the maximum value. So for that, what you have to do, you have to write one more DAX calculation. So I will just show you what should be that calculation. So I will just go over here and I will just right click over here and I will create a new measure. Okay. So the new measure, I will name it as min max albums. Okay, so min max albums line chart. I will name it as min max albums line chart, so it will be easy for us to identify. Okay, and I will take a new line because it's a big calculation we are going to use. So we are going to use some variables over here. So the first value I will find out, it will be the max value. Okay, so I'll just write the max value first. So underscore max value. So for this, I will write a calculation. I will be using a function as maxx. Okay, and it takes three particular. I mean to say the two compulsory arguments are there. That is what table we are going to use. Okay, and what is the expression. So for in that table also, what we are going to use, we are going to use an all selected function. Okay, so why we are going to use this all selected? Because in this particular area chart, we have used all the years from 2013, you can say the data is there, to 2014. Okay, so all the years are available for us, which are present over here, but we have to select all the years, and from that all the years we have to find out one maximum. So we have to use all selected, because if you are not using all selected, it will not able to identify the maximum value. And if we are only using without all selected, if you are using this particular thing, then it will just shows all the values again in this particular function, right? So the all selected, that is nothing but whichever are there in visualization, everything will be selected available in the visualization, right? And then it is give us the value. Then now all selected, I will again take one more argument, that is table name, or which column name we are going to use. So we are going to use table year field. Okay, why year field? Because on x-axis year field is there, and for which particular year the maximum value is there, that we have to find out. Okay, because for which year the maximum value is there, those only value we have to put, right? So I'll be using a maximum year field over here. Okay, comma, then I will be using calculate function. Okay, one sec. I'll just close this first. All selected column. You have to close the all selected bracket over here. So it will be only for this argument, and then second argument is the expression. Then I will use the calculate function. Okay. Then what is the expression? It is nothing but we have to find out for a distinct count. Okay. For a distinct count of what? Album name. Right. So what we have done over here, I will explain again. So we are finding out the maximum value. The max function we are going to use, it takes two argument. Give me the table name or the field name, and give me the for which expression we have to find out the maximum value. So I will use a all selected function over here. It is a filter function which is used, or which help us to analyze or just take those particular data which is there in our context, or for which context of data we have to find the maximum. We have to just use all selected whichever airs are available over here. That's the reason we have just given an a reference field for it, that we should use year for all selected years over here, and which expression for distinct count, because we are using number of columns over here, sorry, the number of albums, but number of albums is calculated how, by taking distinct count of album names. So that's the same way we are using over here, right? The same way we will be using same function. I will just copy this and I will paste it over here. The same function we will be using, just the value will be what here, min value, and instead of using max x we will be using min x. Okay, same thing we will be using. This will give us the maximum value, this will give us the minimum value. Simple, right? One more variable I will write and I will name it as current value. Okay, so current value is nothing but simple this value, that is nothing but distinct count. Okay, so distinct count of album name. Okay, so what does this do is, current value is nothing but whatever distinct value is there, this is it will give us this value, that is current value will give all the values which are there available for that year. Now we have to compare all these three and we have to give us the result. Okay, and now I will be using a return function. Okay, okay, so now what it should be written, I will be using a if statement over here. If current value, okay, if I will just copy this instead of typing. If current value is equal to max value. Okay, control C, control V. If current value is equal to max value, or okay, so these are the or, you have to use shift. You can see you have to press shift on your keyboard, and there is a backward slash is there. So shift and backward slash, this is called as a pipe indicator. So two pipe indicator indicates that or, it is a or statement. If current value is equal to max value, I will just copy it same over here, and if current value is equal to mean value, control C, control V. Okay, so this is the first argument over here, right? So you know, if condition takes statements for us, right? So it evaluates the first condition, or it will give us an expression for us, that true or false expression, and based on that it will give us the values, right? So if this condition, and next what we will give, so if this condition satisfies, okay, if this is the condition, then what it should give, it should give us the current value. So it's hard to explain actually, but I hope you are understanding, right? So first expression, so this is the logical condition first for us, right? So either current value should be equal to max value, or the current value is equal to minimum value. If this condition satisfies, then give me the current value, right? That is nothing but it will give me the distinct count of album name, if and only if this condition satisfies. Nothing but maximum value is equal to current value, it will give us the max value. Minimum value is equal to current value, it will give us the minimum value. Either or, okay, I mean to say any of one condition satisfies, it will give me the value. But if both conditions, if this condition does not satisfy, then it should be giving me a blank, right? I don't want anything as an output, right? If satisfies, give me the blank current value. If does not satisfies, I don't want any data label, so I'll just click on this. Okay, so there is a syntax error, let me check what it is. Okay, so I think so a bracket has been left to close here. Okay, so this is one bracket close and this is one more bracket, so just add two brackets over here more. So, and I will just hit enter now. Now it is valid. Okay, so you can see this is bracket for this max, then this bracket you can see it is for distinct count, and this bracket is for this Spotify album name, right? So just close all the brackets, hit enter, close this now. Now select this particular chart, go over here, format visual, go to data labels. Okay, okay, just go to data labels over here, and here go to value. Okay, so this is important for us now. So now instead of choosing here number of albums, okay, then go in this particular data option, just click over here, and we have just written this application, that is calculation of tax. Just select this. As soon as you do, you can see those two values are been selected automatically. Now go in display and here just choose none. Okay, so what it does is for us is no display units. Don't show it either in thousands or in millions or anything. Just show the general value which is available over here, right? So what you have to do, you have to go in data labels, first turn it on, then go to values over here. Instead of this value, you have to go over here and you have to just select the DAX which we wrote. And now you can just increase the font size over here from here, whatever font size you have to mention. Okay. And yeah, one more thing you can do is position. You can either go take above or below. It's up to you which at what position you have to show it on this particular column, right? So in this way, you have to do this. So I hope you understood how to show the minimum and maximum value on the chart instead of showing all the labels. So it is dynamic actually, guys. So automatically the calculation will look into this particular context and it will find the maximum minimum value and it will show us on this particular chart. Understanding? So this was area chart, right? So now we will move ahead and do our next calculations. Okay, guys. So after this, we will move ahead with our next problem statement. So what we have to do is we have to go ahead and find out the latest year and previous year analysis. Okay. So we will do that first and then we will do the other things later, right? So first we will find the latest year and previous year and then we will go ahead and find out the year on year growth, right? Because year on year growth formula depends on the latest year and previous year, right? So for that, first what I will do, I will create a container over here which will take those particular metrics. So for that, I will just use this container itself, Control C and Control V. I will just bring it down. Okay. And I will just go in general and I will go in properties and I will specify the height and width for this. So the height for me, I will use it as 432 and the width I will be using as 427. Okay. So this will be the height and width for me. All right. And now next thing what I will do is here you can see the created dashboard. The other things we have to do over here. So I'll just take it a little bit up. And what I will do, I will just select this both the shapes first and I will go in style and in border I will turn it on and the border I will use it as black. Okay, at 2 megapixel, right? Or I will just make it 4. Okay, yeah, this is fine. All right. Now we will just check and create this particular chart. But if you notice over here, behind these values which we are using over here, there is a small area chart which we are using, right? So this same area chart, this is the area chart. It is just showing us the trend of the albums over time. So the number of albums over time. So we will do the same thing over here. I will just copy this, Control C and Control V, and I will use the same area chart over here. So what I will do first, I will just go over here and we will do some formattings for that. For x-axis, I will turn off the values as well. I will turn off the data labels as well. And on lines, I will just take the width as 0 first, 0 pixel, and color we will change it. Okay. I will go in more colors and I will choose the hex code which we'll be using. It will be 4F3C3C. Okay. So this will be the code we'll be using. And in markers I will turn off the markers as well. All right, and we will do one more thing. You can see in the line here the input addition type is smooth. I will choose it as linear. Okay, and then I will reduce it and will place it over here. Okay, in this way you can see here, right? So in this the same way we have added it over here. I will increase likewise, and let's see. Okay, just let's take it in bit inside. Perfect. Okay, or in this way. All right. Now, next thing what we will do some quick formatting on this. And first we will add the title over here. So you can see the title which is present over here. That title we will add. That is nothing but we will add the latest year versus previous year, right? So I will just use the same text which is available over here. I will just select it. So on the corner of this particular text box, you have to click. And I will click Control C, Control V, and I'll bring it over here. And I will name it as latest year. Okay, that is nothing but ly, and on next line I will name it as versus previous year analysis. Okay, and I will name it as PY. Okay. So this will be our latest year versus previous year analysis. So, and I will just choose the left alignment. All right. So the font, we will keep it as same only. All right. So the same font we will keep it. That is nothing but and I will just choose all, and I will just not use bold for it. All right. So same way over here also, we won't choose it as bold. We just keep it normal. All right. Yeah, perfect. All right. So now after this, we will find out our metrics, that is latest year and previous year albums, right? So for that, we have to obviously use the date table. Okay. And that's the reason we have already created the date table for this. And whenever you are analyzing and finding out anything which is related to current year and which is related to historical dates, we have to always use the date table. Or instead of that, I can say that it is recommended, and it is recommended by Microsoft Power BI developers itself, that you should use a date table to do this particular analysis, right? And that's the reason we will be doing it the same over here. So first what I will do, we will just go over here. So in Spotify table we have, so I'll just right click over here and I will create a new measure. So I'll just click on new measure. So this will be the new measure. I will just increase the size so it will be visible for you, right? So, and I will name this particular as current year, right? I will name it as current year albums, right? So this will be my current year albums, and I will be using two functions over here. So I will just use a variable over here. Okay, and I will name it as first one as current year. Okay, underscore current year. So the first variable I will write, and the formula I will be using as max of year. Okay, so what this will do is, this particular variable will give us the maximum year which is available in our entire data set, right? So it will identify first the maximum year, and it is the requirement. Whichever is the maximum year available in our data, we have to find the value for that particular year itself, right? So this is the requirement for us, right? So the maximum year we have identified from here, and now we will use a return function, and I will just use return as, I will be using a calculator, and the expression which we have to get, okay, what should be the expression, or what should be returned as an output, what should be the aggregation. So we want a distinct count, okay, because we already know we want to find out distinct count of what albums, right? So we will find distinct count of album name, that is what we want, comma, and what should be the filter. So filter is nothing but date table here we have, okay. So the year field, okay, so from date table, the year field, it should be equal to this current year, right? Simple. It's very simple logic. What does this do is, what does this particular function will return for us? So it will see the distinct count of album name. Okay, so this is what we have to find out as an expression, and it will look for this filter condition. So the year of the date field, it will take from here, that is whatever will be the maximum year available in our data. So I will tell you what it will be, that it is nothing but 2024. If you go ahead and check, 2024 is the latest or the maximum year we have, and that is nothing but current year. So instead of current year, I will use it as latest year. So it, you will not get confused. So I will use it as latest year. So it will be our latest year, and I will just copy this. Sorry, copy this, and I will paste it the same over here, right? So we are using the same function. I will just click on OK, close this, and now I will take a new card, or what we will do, I'll just use this same Control C, Control V. So we don't have to do much formatting. And instead of number of albums, we are going to find it like current year albums, right? I'll increase this likewise. All right. So these are the current year albums, right? So now what we will do, we will do some more formattings on this. So I'll just select that visual, go to format visual, and then I will just go to call out value, and here I will choose it, the font as Calibri. I will make it bold, and I will choose the font size as 40 itself, and the color I will be choosing as, I will go in more colors, and I will be using the hex code as E1C233. Okay, so this will be the hex code which I will be using. and I will just place it over here. Alright, so you can see here, let me see where we have placed it. Okay, yeah, so this is the albums. Perfect. So these are actually the current year albums, right? And now next what we will do, we will go ahead and find out the previous year, right? Uh, and then later after finding out the previous year, we will go ahead and find out the year on year albums, right? So what we will do, we will be using the same function over here. So the same thing, the way we have found out this, so I will name it as, instead of current year, I will name it as latest year, right? So you will understand. And I will just right click and I'll just create a new image again. And I will name it as previous year albums. Okay. Here also we'll be using the same thing. Okay. The same way we'll be using, I will define first variable. Okay. First I will name it as current year. Okay. Or latest year. So first I will find out the latest year. Okay. So latest year is nothing but, it is nothing but my maximum of the year field we have. So it will be the maximum of year. Then variable, one more variable, previous year. So for me, I will find out the previous year as well. So previous year is nothing but what? So whatever latest year we have, it is nothing but the maximum. So previous year is nothing but 1 year back from this latest year, right? So it will be nothing but our previous year. We have to go 1 year back. So it will be our previous year. So what we have to do, we have to take latest year and we have to go 1 year back. Simple. Okay. So that is nothing but we want. And we will return. So what should be an output? We will use a calculate function and we want a distinct count, right? Distinct count of what? Album names, comma. The filter condition should be what? The year should be. Okay, so the year field we have in date table, it should be equal to what? Our previous year. Nothing but this. Paste it and close the bracket. And I'll just hit enter. So only one thing we have done here, we have added one more variable over here, that is latest year minus one, because this is our latest year and we have to go 1 year back. So that's the reason we have subtracted one from this, so that we will get previous year, and the same previous year we have called it over here. That is for this particular filter, it will take the feed from here and you will get the this particular as an previous year album. See, there is a easy way also to write this calculation, but to help you understand why we wrote this, I have written in this way, or you can use shortcuts also. So it's up to you how you write the tax, right? So this is my way of writing so that everyone can understand. So I will just close this, and if I will just Control C and Control V, and if I take it over here, I will close this and I will choose the previous year album. So you can see this is the current year albums and these are the previous year albums. If you want to check also, if I click over here, you can see the 2024 is the latest year which is available in our data and the value is 1824. And when you go to previous year, that is 2023, is 2333. So you can validate it from here as well. Okay. Now next thing what we have to find out is we have to go ahead and find out the year on year. Right, so now this particular year-on-year analysis or the value which we'll be calculating for year-on-year, it is something tricky which we are going to find out. So just pay attention how we are doing that. So what I will do, I'll just create one more calculation now, use a new measure and I will name it as year, or I can say previous year and year-on-year albums KPI. Okay, because in this single calculation only we are going to find out everything, because if you see here, this particular entire value, right? So versus previous year, this text as well, and then this value as well, and then this percentage as well, right? So this entire thing will be calculated as a single KPI. So the same thing we are going to do over here. That's the reason I have named it as previous year and year on year albums KPI, because it will take the values of all previous year as well and year on year as well. So first what I will do, I will define first variable, okay, and I will name it as latest. Okay, so for me, it will be latest. Latest value for albums is nothing but we have already calculated. It is nothing but it is latest year. Where is it? The latest year albums. So I will bring that. So this is the latest year albums for me. I will define the second variable, that is nothing but previous. And for me, the previous year value also we have already calculated. So this is the latest year and previous year, right? And now new variable we will introduce over here, and here we have to find out year on year, right? So this will be a new variable, and this is something important for us. Now what I will be using, I will be using a if condition, right? First I will write the entire calculation, and then I will tell you how, what's the explanation behind that. So if statement I have used, the first argument it is asking logical test. Okay. So first write the logical test, right? What if this particular statement should check for what logical test, and after that you have to write the result. If this condition is true, what should be the result? If this condition is false, what should be the result, right? So both condition we have to write. So I will use a first not statement. Okay, not. Okay, and after that I will write is blank, not is blank, previous, control C, control V, close the bracket, and I will close the bracket for not as well, comma. Okay, so this is my logical test. Okay, actually, right? So not is blank PS, what does it mean? That previous year. Okay, so from previous is nothing but what? Previous year albums. If previous year albums is not blank, okay, is you can read this in this way also, is not blank. So this is the logic. If it is not blank, then I should know what should be the result, right? Because the formula for year on year is nothing but latest albums minus previous albums divided by previous albums. So that division matters for us. If anything is divided by zero, you will get a value as infinity. And that's the reason we have wrote this particular statement over here. It should not blank, or it should not be equal to zero, right? Then you will get an output over here. So what should be this condition? If this is true, if it is not blank, then we have to write the true statement over here. It is nothing but divide. Okay, because we will divide what? Underscore current or underscore latest value minus underscore previous value, right? And comma. So numerator will be what? This, right? So numerator will be what? Latest value, that is nothing but latest year albums minus previous year albums divided by what? Previous year albums, right? Comma, alternate result. Okay, so if this division does not works, okay, if this division is not able to give us the correct result, right? If it is divided by zero, let's say the previous year sales are zero, right? Then what will happen? Anything divided by zero is what? Infinity. But that should not be the case, right? You cannot divide anything by zero. So if this condition does not work, what should be the alternate result? Just give zero. So that's the way we will be dividing, right? Comma, I will just write on next line. So what will happen if this statement, that is if this logical statement is false, right? If it is false, then just give us blank. Don't print anything, just give us blank. So in this way, we have found out the year on year. I will explain it again. If statement, if previous year is not a blank, it is nothing but if previous year is having some value, 1, 2, 3, 4, anything, then use this condition, right? That divide the latest year or the latest year albums minus previous year albums divided by previous year albums. If this condition satisfies, give the value, otherwise give zero, right? But if this logical test does not satisfy, just give blank, right? So that's the way we write this particular calculation, right? Then I will just use return. Now we have found out everything, right? So you have found out the latest year sales, you have previous year sales, and you have year on year sales. And so now we have to find out the return. So now this is important for us. We have to get this as an output, right? So I will again use a if statement. Okay, if not, again I will use the same statement, not is blank, not is blank underscore previous. Okay, so if not is blank previous, comma, if this condition is satisfied, then what will be the output? We want to print everything which is available over here, right? So nothing but we have to print this particular value. So first what we want versus previous year, and then there is a colon available over here, right? So this text we want. So I will print first text. So for that, what I will do, I will just write in double inverted commas, nothing but versus previous year, and then I will add colon and I will add one space over here, and then close this. Then I will concatenate this, right? Because to have this particular value also, I have to write an AND statement. That is nothing but concatenate two particular text, right? And I will format that. Format underscore previous year. So see, whatever you write in this particular concatenation, it will be considered as a string value or a textual value. It is not considered as a numeric value. So that's the reason we have used the format over here. So format previous comma. So format what value we have already taken and what should be the format of that this particular value. So format I will use internally noted comma hashtag comma hash 0. Okay, so this will be the format which we'll be using, and I will close the bracket. First close this double inverted comma. Okay, so it is nothing but it will show me the values, full value, and there will be a thousand separator over here. That is nothing but a comma. Okay, and I will use more and more and because now we have versus previous year and we have this value also now, and one space will be there, and in bracket this particular percentage should be there. So I will take it on next line. First I will add the bracket, so this will be the bracket, right? And close the bracket again, right? And right, so we have this bracket, right? So this bracket we have opening bracket, I can say, and then I will use a format function again because we have to format the year on year as well because it will be converted into text, so we have to convert it into a percentage. So underscore year on year, right? Because this value, that is percentage value, we have to find out underscore year real comma. What should be the format? So in doubly noted comma, I will take two decimal points, so 0.00, and it should be in percentage, right? Close the bracket and close this particular bracket. And again, after this value, what we want, again, one more bracket we want over here. You can see one bracket is there, right? So for that, what I will do, I will just use and I will just close this particular bracket by this, right? Comma. So this is all. If this result is true, it will print this, right? If this condition satisfies, it will print this. But if it is false, right? If this condition does not satisfy, then what it should print, we have to use comma over here. Then what it should print, I'll just write on next line. So it should print me no data. Okay, that is nothing but no data is available, and I will close the bracket, right? And just hit enter. Close this, and in this only, so just delete this, and I will bring the previous year and error error. So here you can see this is the value we have. But here you can see one space is required over here. After this 2333, one space is required. So we will edit our calculation here, right? So before this bracket or after we want, yeah, before we want, right? So where is it? This calculation and this before this, I will add one space over here and just hit enter and close this. Now you can see there is a space in between. And now I'll just format this over here, go to callout value, and here I will just choose it as let's say 26. Okay, and I'll not bold it, and I will choose the color for this as hashtag DEDA1F, right? So this will be the color which we'll be using, and bring it over here. Perfect, right? So yeah, in this way. Actually, it is slightly green in color. What we will do, we'll just select this, and I will just choose it again, and we'll just go in more colors. Yeah, so we'll choose this particular color. So this is our current or latest year value, and this is its comparison with previous year. So this is the previous year value, the 2333 and minus 21. So now what we will do, I will add the filter. Okay, so this particular select platform filter, I will add it over here, and we will see how it performs, right? So just go over here, I will add the slicer. Okay, I brought the slicer, I will just increase the size, and I will add the platform. Okay, just select this and just go over here, and I will choose some instead of vertical list, I will use it as tile. Okay, so just use it as tile, and I will what I will do, I'll just reduce the size likewise. And first I will choose Android. Okay, and I will just go to slicer settings and selection. Okay, that's fine. And in values, we will increase this size so it will be visible for us. Okay, so now we can see Android has been selected for now, and you can see the values are right now for Android. But as soon as you change it for cast to device, you can see we are getting a blank value and no data over here. Why? Because the latest or the available year which is there in the data to analyze, you can see it's 2022, but we are checking it everything for the latest year, that is nothing but 2024, right? So you can also do the twist in the calculation that in irrespective of whichever year is there in our data, whichever is the latest year for, let's say, iOS. Okay, so for iOS the latest year is 2020, for Windows the latest year is 2023. So irrespective of that, it should show me the value, right? So I will choose cast to device, so you can see for 2022 it is 5. So irrespective of whichever year we have, the maximum year should be taken from the visualization and it should show me the value over here. And the previous year for this particular Casto device will be 2021. Take that particular 2021 value and show me the all the data over here. So in that way, it should give me the results. So for that, you can do it your own homework. But for this particular, uh, I can say analysis, I will just check for 2024. And because Casto device does not have any 2024 data, it will give me the blank results, right? Because we are just checking it for the latest year which is available in the data. And it is only available for Android, and I think so it is available for Windows. No, for web player, no, nothing for only Android it is available, right? And I will just give you hint how you can write the calculation. I have already wrote over here. So you can see you can check the use of this particular calculation because we are using some filter functions and all those things in this. This is the new function which has been introduced, create as and the values function, and it will help you understand. I have also wrote the use case of what it will give us, right? So just try to use this calculation instead of that to use the use case which I just told you. Otherwise, we are looking it for 2024. Just ignore it, right? So just ignore it. We'll just look it for 2024 itself, right? It doesn't matter if other does not have, because majority of people are viewing this particular or listening this particular music on Android itself, right? It is very less on iOS. iOS you can see only 660 users are there, right? Or only 660 albums are being played over time. So it's better we should focus on Android itself. All right. So now next what we have to show here, you can see we have to show the 2024 value also here. That is nothing but which is the latest year and for which year we are analyzing it, right? So it's important for us to show that particular value also. For that, I will write a new measure over here and I will name it as max year, right? So it will be nothing but maximum of year. So it's simple for us. We'll just take maximum of year and hit enter, and I'll just copy this, control C control V. So I'll just close this and I will just take the maximum of year. So that is nothing but 2024 obvious, right? Let's do some formatting on this. Let's go to call out value and I will choose the value as 27. Calibre is what we want. And next thing what I will do, I'll just choose the color code for me as hashtag 808080. Okay, so this will be the color code. Simple. And I'll just bring it over here. All right. So this is the analysis for latest year versus previous year. All right. So I hope you understood. We have used some advanced calculations, some advanced tags, right? Because writing these tags is not that easy. It comes by practice, and you can use your own twist and tricks why we wrote this. Important is why we used format function over here, because whenever you are using an AND operator, which is used to add to text, because when we use AND operator, automatically this particular value, that is previous year value, it gets converted to text. And to format the text, we have to use format function so that it should show in the form of number. Here you can see it is a number, but it is actually the data type as text, right? So that's the reason we have to use the format function over there. But for visual representation, whatever we see by our naked eye, it is a text itself. All right. So I hope you're understanding, and if you have come at this particular point that you are following this video, you're doing great, guys, right? And I'm sure that you will be learning so much of new things from this particular project. All right. So now let's move ahead. So our next problem statement, if you see, we have to find out the albums played on weekdays and weekends. Okay, so this is something we have to do, and there isn't any column available for us which will identify which are weekdays and weekends, right? So what we have to do, we have to create that particular column first for us. And what we will do, I will just go in date table. So I will just go in data first. So let's go here and I will choose the date table. So in this particular date table, what I will do, I will just extract the day name over here first, right? So I will just go here and I will create a new column. So this is a row operation we are doing. So I'm doing a new column. So as I told you, calculated column, if you want to do a row by row operation, then you have to use a calculated column. And if you are doing any aggregations, then you have to use a calculated measure, or we can say just measure, right? And I'll just use it as day. Okay, so if you use a day, it will give you the day number, but we don't want day number, so I will use a format function over here. And what should be the value? That is nothing but date from date table, comma, and what the format should be, nothing but I will just use dd d, and I'll just hit enter. So you can see when I type bdd, it will give me the first three initials of that particular we can say days, right? So Monday, Tuesday, likewise. And I will name it as day name. Okay. So this is the day name for us: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and likewise. So on that particular date, which was the day name. All right. Now next we have to identify which are weekdays and which are weekends. So we all know that Monday to Friday it will be considered as weekdays, and Saturday and Sunday we will consider it as weekends. So for that, again I will write a new measure over here. Just go, sorry, new column, and I will name it as weekday underscore weekend. Okay, so this will be the uh, calculation which we'll be writing over here, and I will be using an if condition. So if the weekday function, we'll use a weekday, so it is considered, it is allowing us to take the first argument is what is the date. And if you read the explanation over here, returns a number from 1 to 7, identifying the day of the week of that date, right? So it will give us the numbers from 1 to 7. So weekday will actually give us the numbers from 1 to 7, but we can control from which particular date the week should, or which particular day the week should be starting. So I will just write the date. So date is nothing but we'll be using the date from the date table. So this is the date we have, that is nothing from date table date, comma, what should be the return type, from where it should start its measurement. So I will be using 2 over here. I'll hit enter, and I will just close one more bracket, and as soon as I hit enter, so it is giving me an error. Okay, so yeah, so if we have used the if condition, but we forgot to add what if this logical test is true, then what should be the result if this logical test is true. So if it is true, then it should return us as weekday. And if this is false, so you can see what should be the output. If it is false, then it should return us as weekend. Simple. And hit enter. So now you can see automatically Monday it is giving us as weekday, and Saturday, Sunday also it is giving us as weekday. But see, everything you have wrote, but if we haven't given any condition, a logical test, that is if it is greater than or equal to, or greater than or less than. So if this is less than or equal to 5, if you add this condition, then it will give us the correct result. So you can see Sunday and Saturday and Sunday are now are considered as weekend. So the spelling is wrong over here. So I will just write double E. Now you can see Monday, Friday, those are considered as weekdays, and Saturday, Sunday are considered as weekend. Again, Monday it is starting as weekday. So now how this calculation actually works, I will tell you by by using an Excel sheet. So you can see I have an Excel sheet created for you over here. So whatever calculation we have wrote, I will just copy this calculation first. Control C and I will paste it over here. Right. So now let's see how it works. Right. So here you can see this is the calculation which we wrote. And now if you look over here, the dates. So these are some approximate dates we have taken. I mean to say random dates we have taken. And when I'm using weekday, comma 2. Okay, so when I'm using this particular function, so why I have used comma 2, because I want to start Monday as a week number as 1, right? If I'm using 1, it will start Sunday to start as 1, right? Or if I'm not writing anything at all, it will automatically consider Sunday as 1. So likewise, we have wrote 2 over here. That's the reason it is starting from 1 over here as Monday, 2 as Tuesday, and Sunday will be 7, right? And if it is less than or equal to 5, it is nothing but if it is less than or equal to 5, this condition, right? So if I will just highlight this, so it will check for this condition. If this is less than or equal to 5, then it should be giving me as weekdays. That is nothing but this. Getting or not? And if this condition satisfies, then it will print as weekday. But if this condition does not satisfies, right? So you can say Saturday is given as 6. So this condition fails, and that's the reason it will give me print as weekend. Similarly, this also it will print as weekend. So this is actually how it works, right? So I hope you're understanding. Comma 2 is nothing but it allows Monday to start as the first day in the week, right? And if it is less than or equal to 5, it is nothing but everything which is less than or equal to 5, that is from 1 to 5. If this condition satisfies, it will give us the weekday. And if it is 6 and 7, this condition will fail, that is less than or equal to 5. 6 is not less than or equal to 5, 7 is not less than or equal to 5. So this condition fails, and that's the reason it will print us weekend. So I hope you understand. This is the best way I can help you understand. So we'll go back to our report view. Now we have used this calculation we already have, and now I will just select donut chart. So this will be the donut chart we'll be using, and I will just choose weekend, and we will be using as number of albums, right? So based on this, we have derived this particular thing. Now what I will do, first I will just select this particular container which we already have over here, Control C and Control V, and I will bring it over here. So the same container we'll use. Perfect. Right, and now we'll do some formattings on this particular chart. So just select this chart, go over here, go to general, first go to effects and turn off the background. Right, so I will just give the name of the title also. So the title will be nothing but albums played. Okay, and I will just choose it as center alignment, and the font size we'll be using as 28. The font style we will use at Calibri bold, and color I'll use as this, right? Or we'll use this one. Okay, this is fine. So we'll not bold it. All right. And we will do some more formattings on this. First, I will bring it over here. All right. And then go in visual. So in legend, what we will do instead of center, right, we'll show it as top center. Okay. So you can see this visual has gone behind this particular shape. So what we will do, just select this particular shape first, go to format, and we will click on send backward. So just click once, it will automatically come forward. Now select this, go over here, go to legend, go to text. So choose your top center, so it will be showing at top center. Turn off the title because we don't want to show the title. So after that, choose the font as 18. Okay, and the font color as this one, or we'll choose this. Okay, weekdays and weekends. Next, go to slices, and for weekday, we will choose the color for us as hashtag 43B04C. So this will be the color code which we'll be using, 43B04C. And for weekend, I will choose the color code as hashtag 333666. Okay, 6 times 6 you have to use. Okay. And spacing, I'll use it as 65%. Okay, the spacing in between this. Then go to details and values. So the values we will choose the color as this and we'll increase the size. Okay, we'll choose it as Calibri. Increase it more. All right. And display units will choose it as a none, so it will show us the full value. All right. So in this way, we have created this particular chart. Just go over here and in values, what we will do, we'll close it as bold. And instead of this, we'll choose it this 17 is fine, or we'll just choose it as 18 itself. Okay. So you can see if you take an insights from here, the albums played weekday and weekend. So you can see this is the weekday pattern and it's almost 61%, but only 2 days. So these are 5 days, right? So this is the contribution of 5 days. But if you only look on weekend, it is contribution of Saturday and Sunday. So almost 40% of people are listening to those albums, right? So it's a good insight for us, right? So that people are engaging more and more on weekdays. Sorry, on weekends. Weekdays are also fine, but they are more engaging on weekends, right? So that's the insight for us. All right.
Hey guys, before moving ahead into our project, I would like to tell you about the courses that I have for you. Okay, so this is the first latest course just now I have uploaded. Everything is up to date, industry level. So you can see this is the Microsoft Fabric course I have, which I just launched, and it is for both, right? For data analyst and data engineers. So now you will say why to learn Microsoft Fabric. So remember, guys, so Microsoft Fabric is a unified platform where you can do everything, right? You can work with Azure Data Factory, you can work with lake houses, you can work with data pipelines, right? All the activities, right? Data activities. You can work on warehouses, SQL queries, Power BI integration is also available in this. Warehouse queries also you can fire. You can work on data engineering, Sparks, right? PySpark is there, and you can do data cleaning, extensive data storage, data handling, data manipulation, data ingestions. So everything is been taught over here. So this is the latest course and this is the market trend now. Okay, so if you have this skill in your resume, you will have an upper hand, right? To get at least an job interview. So and if you learn this course from start to end, you will be able to crack it also, right? So this is the one, and if you see the what I have in that course is so this is the Microsoft Fabric course, which is of more than 22 hours. Okay, so you can see this is the complete syllabus I have. Everything is been taught. I have also told you how to create the account, Azure account, and then later how you can create the Fabric account as well, right? So everything is been taught, right? What is tenant, what is capacity, workspace, everything, right? So you can see this is the Fabric interface, how to create the workspaces, how to work on lake houses, how to create it, how to work inside that files and factories, right? Then this is the data factory, ETL, ELT, everything is been taught over here. Then these are the copy data activities, which are the most important one, right? Within workspace, Excel files, CSV files, through APIs also, right? And I have also used SQL Server integration in this, right? So how you can bring the data from SQL Server, how to use gateways to bring the data, how to install the gateway, how to manage the connections of the gateways, right? Then the different data load behaviors, data pipeline activities, multiple, which are the most again to bring the data in the proper way. I have also taught you in this the data flow generation too. In that Power Query is there, how to handle the data, how to use ELT operations, how to manipulate, how to process the data, transform the data. Okay, then warehouse, everything is been taught with SQL queries. Then I have also taught you how to do the Power BI integration with Fabric, so that you can create the end-to-end reports also, right? Similar way, the Spark engine also, right? The PySpark has been also taught how to clean the data, how to read the data, what is data frames, what are different built-in functions. And at the end, one project also I've added. So I will be adding three projects. So now one is there, second will be added this Monday. You will have two projects and one more will be added next, in next week. Total three projects will be there. And whatever updates I will be making in this, you will be able to see all of them. You don't have to purchase it again and again. Okay. So whatever updates will be there, those will be visible directly if you once purchase it. Okay. So apart from this, I also have my complete SQL course. Power BI courses is also there, right? You can see extensive availability of all the things are available, right? End to end Power BI course is there. Similar way, end to end SQL course also I have designed. So these are the three important requirements for data analyst and data engineers, right? So on that, I have already created the industry level courses. Everything is taught by myself, everything. Okay. You can actually see the syllabus also if you go here. So this is the Microsoft Fabric course. Okay. You just have to scroll it down, and at the bottom here, you can see this is the link where you will see the complete syllabus, right? Where you can see a complete syllabus is available, right? What's available in it, right? So everything is there. If you have any doubts, you can reach out to me on this number, all right? Similar way, if you go back, okay, so I have created a packaged course, nothing but if you want Fabric plus Power BI plus SQL with projects, with AI integration, with all the resources, right? Everything is available in this package, right? So here you can see you will get Fabric course, SQL course, Power BI course, projects course, material, SQL material, Power BI material, Fabric material is also in progress. This will be also added. You will be directly having an exclusive access to it if you purchase it right now also. Okay. So here you can see everything is available. All the syllabus links are available. What is the modules? What will be taught to you in this? Everything is available in it, right? And it is an industry level course. Okay. For Fabric also it is 20 hours. So if you see the packaged course, it is more than 115 plus hours, but it is actually more than 120 plus hours. So I've just added 115 because I'm updating it every week, right? So it has passed 120 hours now. All right. Similar way, if you are only interested in Power BI SQL course, this is also available, the package. If you are only interested in Power BI complete course, where you will get Power BI plus AI plus DAX plus 21 Power BI projects video course, that is also available. And if you are interested in single, individual courses, you only want SQL, you only want Power BI, you only want DAX, or you only want Power BI projects, if you only want Tableau projects, or if you want all the data analyst study material, that is also available. This will be without videos, but everything, all the projects you will get of all the tools and everything you will get in this, but it will be in without video format. But if you want without with the video format, so these are the end to end courses with the video. Everything has been created by myself. I have more than 11 plus years of experience in different domains across different softwares, and more courses will be also coming in future. So just check once if it will be helpful for you. You can go ahead. If you have any doubts, is in description. My WhatsApp and my email is available. You can reach out to me for any questions. Let's move ahead with our project.
Hey guys, welcome to the second part of this video, and we are creating a Spotify analysis dashboard in Power BI. So we have already completed few parts of this particular analysis. So if you haven't watched the first video, I recommend you to go ahead and watch the first part of this particular video. The link is available in the description of this entire video, or you can also find it in the playlist on my channel in the Power BI dashboards or data analyst portfolio dashboards. All right, so now we will move ahead in the second part of this particular video, and we will do our further analysis which is left. So if you go to the problem statement, and I will just open it 1 second. Right, so we have our problem statement, and first analysis we are performing it still for the albums, right? And now next we have to find out is the top five albums, right? So we have to identify the most played albums based on the listening frequency. Okay. So the frequency of albums which are listed, based on that we will find the top five albums. But first what I will do, I will create a holder for that. So I will just copy this itself, the placeholder or a container, I can say Control C, Control V. I will bring it over here and I will expand it till here, and I will increase it in likewise. Right. So this will be my placeholder for this. And next thing what we will do, I will just go ahead and create a bar chart. Okay. A horizontal bar chart. So I will just select the horizontal bar chart, this, or we can also select this one, the first one, that is that bar chart. So I will just select this bar chart, and here what I will do,
I will go ahead and I will bring the album name. Okay, so I'll bring the album name on y-axis. Now what we have done, we have already created the number of albums field. So what I will do, I will take it on x-axis. But as soon as you do, you can see there are single bars and everywhere the bars are similar in size. Okay, and if you hover your mouse on any of the bar, you can see the number of albums as 1. So if you think on this, why we are doing or why we are getting this actual value, if you click on this bar and you can see the DAX which we have wrote for it is a distinct count. Okay, so it is what it is doing is it is taking the number of frequency, it's counting it as 1. The repetitive values are counted as 1 by using a distinct count. So we will not need a distinct count here, but we will need a count function only. So we want to find the occurrence. So what for that, what we will do, I'll just select this particular chart. I will delete this particular from here and I will just take again the album names on x-axis. Okay. And automatically it is taking the count of album names, right? So that's what we want. So why to create a different DAX calculation for that, which will take the count of albums, but we will directly drag it over here. And here also, if you can see, if you click on this inverted triangle here, you can check that it is on count. If it is not by default for you, you can do it from here. All right, but we want top 5, so for that I will just open my filters panel over here, and what I will do, I will just select from here, instead of basic filtering I will choose it as top n and I want top 5. Just hit enter. Okay, and but by what value you want it, so I will just bring the album and I will add it over here, and instead of first I will want it on based on count. Okay, and I will just hit apply filter. As soon as you do, you can see you will get the top 5 albums by numbers. So these are the most played albums, the top 5 most played albums. Now what I will do, we will do some formattings on this. So first what I will do, I will just select this chart over here. I will go on format painter and I will just select this. Okay, so it will allow us few few steps. It will reduce us for us the few steps. So next what I will do, I will go in general. First we will add the titles for this, so it will be my top 5 albums. Okay, and I will choose it as Calibri, and yeah, this is fine. I will choose take it to left. Let me see. Yeah, we will keep it at left itself. All right, and next thing, I will just reduce it. We'll bring it over here and reduce it likewise. Okay. And now we will do some further formatting. So in titles, we will also add a subtitle over here, and the subtitle I will name it as by total album count. So on what basis we are finding it? It is on by total album count. And I will choose the font for this as Calibri, and I will choose the font size as 25. Okay. And font color we will choose this. Yeah, so by total album count. All right, and we'll also add a divider. So, and we will make the divider of, let's say, 2 pixel. Yeah, that's fine. And now we will go to visual over here, go to y-axis, and on y-axis the values we will change, and we will change it to 24. Okay, so here we will take the values as 24, or we can keep it as 20. At 20 is fine, and we'll choose this color so it will be visible for us. We'll make it as bold, or not required actually. And title we don't want over here. Also on x-axis we don't values, on title both we don't want. On grid lines also, okay, grid lines are already turned off. And we will go on bars. So for bars I will choose the color for me of the bar. I will take it as, let's say, so I will use the hash code as hashtag 0f6619. Okay, so this will be the code which I'll be using, and let me see if we are using any transparency for this. Yeah, let's check. No, we are not using. And next we'll turn on the borders also for this, and for border I will choose the color code for me will be hashtag uh okay, so one sec. So what we have to do here is, for bars the color code will be different. I will first copy this, Control C, and I will delete it. So the for bars it will be 11420A. Okay, so just make that change. And for
Border, it will be the code first which we use. That is this, the 0F6619. Okay. And I will increase the size to 3. Okay. So this will be my bar size. And what more we can do over here is we'll go to layout, and the space between categories we'll choose it as 40%. Okay. So we'll make it as 40% between the space. Perfect. And now we will add the data labels as well. Just turn on the data labels. I will turn on the data labels, and value, I will choose the value for the data labels will be 23, I guess, and I will make it as bold. Yeah, bold, and I will choose it as this color. Perfect. All right. And what more we can do over here is let's see. Let's see. I think so. This is fine. All right. So now this is our top 5 albums, and if you can see, the Beatles is the most played albums, which is taking the count of 1987 times it has been played in those particular entire 9 to 10 years. And also we have Past Matters, which is one more album, best performing albums. Abbey Road is one more best performing albums, right? And if you click over here, let's say you want to see for 2028, you can do that also. So you have to just turn on the interaction, and we will filter it. So based on this, it should filter. So let's see if it's filtering or not. Yeah. So you can see here, instead of this, we will do this and go to format, edit interaction. So if you want to see for those particular years, you can see it. So let's say you want to see for 2017. So when you click on 2017, you will get which is the best performing top 5 albums, right? So based on that, you will see all the things, right? So what you have to do here is you have to go, you have to, I will just increase this. Now select this particular chart, go to format, and click on edit interaction. So what does this do is this will apply the actions, whatever we click over this, what charts should be filtered from here, right? So here you can see there is a bar which is been selected over here, which means that it has been highlighted, but you have to select the next one, that is filter. So just click on this, all it should be filtered when you click on this particular any of the year over here, right? And now click back to edit interactions, and let's see for 2016 you have to, so just click on 2016 and just click here, one sec. So just click here on 2016. It's not selecting. Yeah, so now here you can see it's selecting now, and you have to be very much careful when you select it. Yeah, so now it's performing. Here you can see for 2016, you can see the entire data which is for 2016. Now if you want to see for 2023 also, you can see the data. If you want to see for 2022, likewise you can see the data, right? When you click outside, you will get the uh, I mean you will be able to select the entire years. So just click on anywhere and you can see the entire years are selected. So the chart is very small. That's the reason it is giving us a hard time to select those particular values, right? But no worries, you can have an action filters likewise. And from here also, if you see this also, you can see the action filter, but you can see the beat list. When you select, you will get everywhere 111. Why? Because it is a distinct count which has been used over here, right? So that's the reason it is giving us the different values. All right. So I hope you are understanding and how we are performing over here. Now what we will do, we will go ahead and we will see how to uh, create the other parts, right? So let's discuss about my website before moving ahead into our project. So on this particular website, I have added different Power BI projects and different data analyst portfolio projects as well as it have data analyst complete material as well. And this entire material will help you in, getting polished your data analysis skills, and on the go you can learn different concepts. There are different handwritten and printed notes available, interview questions, and everything is available. You can just read. So you can see this is available on my website right now, and before you go over here you should watch this particular video. That is nothing but the data analyst roadmap which I created for edition 2025 few days ago. It's a 1 hour video and you will learn everything from this particular video. And the same thing after that, you will be able to understand what's available in this entire package. So this is the data analyst complete material which I have. So when you click on this, you will have all the things with syllabus, right? So you can see all the topics, right? Statistics, Excel, data warehouse, Power BI, Tableau, real-time projects, soft skills, 10 practice data sets are also available for you. And all the questions, interview, right? Round one, round two, round two, round three, managerial and everything. So everything is written over here. You can read what is available. So you can see this type of notes and this type of, printed notes and everything, and questions and answers, projects are also available, right? So everything is available. You can see for Power BI, 7 real-time world projects are available, for Tableau 6 projects, for SQL 3, you can see for Excel also 4 projects are available, and you can see everything. And also you can read everything and you will understand what's present in this package. All right. So also I have different projects also. You can see 18 Power BI unique projects are available. You can just go ahead and see what those projects are. You will be able to see everything over here. What are the projects, what functionality you will learn from that particular project, and you will be able to download all this. So these are the images of projects which you will get, and you will get the actual working file. .ppx file will be available in that. Raw data which is used to create this project will be available. You will also get in this particular thing the images which are being used, the problem statement, the domain document, terminology documents, important, all the things, all the wallpapers and everything, whatever I have used, everything will be available. You will get in this entire thing. And it is not only for Power BI, you will get it for Tableau, you will get it for SQL, you will get it for Python, you will get it for Excel as well, right? And here you can see more than 3,000 people have already purchased this, and they are doing great in their data analyst journey, right? So just go ahead. The link of this particular website will be available in the description of this particular video. Just go ahead, see if you like it, you can go ahead and make the purchase. All right. So let's move ahead with our video.
So now after completing our albums insights, so you can take multiple insights from here. We will move ahead, and I will not waste much time on how to read the insights. You know how to read it. Everything is in front of you. You can find the which is best performing. What was the last year versus previous year? What is the percentage? So you can see from the trend itself, it has been decreasing over here, and you can find the reason behind that. If you have to increase your marketing cost for this particular album so that more and more users will engage and they will listen the music, all right. And also if you want to reduce your premium charges and give it 1 month free, 2 month free, and later you can increase the charges for that, or you can apply the charges for that user. So user engagement is required, and it's up to the business how they are how they should be increasing it, right? So our task is to provide them the insights, right? Now next we will move ahead, and as per our problem statement, you can see here we have to do the same things we have to do just for the different artists, right? So first what I will do, I will just copy the entire background, which is the main background. I will paste and control C and control V. So I'll bring it over here, and one more time also I will bring it over here, right? So because we want three of them, so that we will be using all of these. And now what I will do, I will just you can see there is an even gap in between them, so you should also do those. Try to adjust so that they are perfectly at the center. Now next thing what I will do, what we will not repeat all these steps again and again and then do all these things over here. So instead what I will do, I will just copy the entire all the charts from here and we will paste it over here, so that it will reduce our time while performing all these calculations. So what I will do, I will just select this, I will press control, and all other things I will just go on selecting, right? So just select everything which is there over here. Just keep selecting everything. First, go ahead and first select always the charts which are there inside, and then select the outer containers, right? So first select the internal chart and then the containers, right? And I will just press Control C and Control V. So everything has been copied, and I will bring it over here, right? So just make sure everything is copied perfectly and you are placing it at perfect center. All right. Okay. So you can see we have copied everything. Now what we will do, we will just perform few calculations, and all other things are same only, right? So first what we have to do, we will rename this, and now we have to find it for artists. So always remember the first part or the first initial calculations are important. After that, everything is easy for us, right? And now I will write one more DAX measure here. Why? Because we have calculated the number of albums over here, but we want now number of artists. So for that, I will just write a new calculation. I will take a new measure and I will name it as number of artists, right? And same distinct count we will use. So we will use a distinct count of artist name. All right, close this and I will hit enter. So these are our artists. So I will just select this particular thing. You can say it is now number of albums. So instead of this, I will just check number of artists. So these are the number of artists for Android. Right now, Android is selected, and I will change this name as well. So I will name it as artists. Okay, so these are for artists. And now same thing what we have to do over here as well. We have to change, select this chart, and instead of number of albums, what I will take? I will take number of artists over here. Simple thing. And we have to change the background also for this. So I will go over here first. I will go here and instead of from here, I will choose the lines and I will choose the color and I will take the color code from this. Copy this and apply it same over here. Just go over here and I will paste it. Simple. Okay. Just this thing you have to do. Next, you can see that the minimum and maximum values also we have to change from here. So you can see these are the minimum and maximum the value which we have taken. The same thing we have to do it for the artist also. So this calculation I have already explained you how it works in the previous video. If you haven't watched, go ahead, see how what explanation and how this actually works. So I will just copy this. I will right click and I will take a new measure and I will paste it over here. So instead of this, it will be for artist. And here everything, every syntax and everything will be same, just you have to change the measure or the dimension over here. So instead of album name, you have to change it to artist name. So we'll take it to artist name and here also we'll name it as artist name. Simple. So here as well we'll take it as artist. All right. So everything else will be same. We just have to change those dimensions and I will just hit enter. You can see the this has been created. Now select this particular chart, go format visual, go to data labels. Then we will go to values and here instead of this value we will remove it and instead of this I will take it as minimum and maximum artist. So just select that and you can see now we are having these values for minimum and maximum artist over this year. So 2016 there were lowest number of artists and in 2021 there are highest number of artists and obviously the trend is going down, right? So in this way we will be doing all these things, right? So similar way we have to do it for the latest year and previous year also. We have to change those calculation first. So first you can see the latest year album is there, so we will just copy this calculation, control C. I will take a new measure, I will paste it over here and instead of album it will be now for artist, right? So here just change this album name to artist. So this also explanation I have already explained you how it works. You have to do the same thing, go back, see the video how the explanation or what is the calculation explanation and how it executes actually. So I will just hit and I will close this. Similar way we will find it for previous year also. So these are previous year albums, we will find out the previous year artist. I will just right click, I will click on new measure, paste it over here and I will take it as artists. Okay, so these are previous year artist. And the next thing what I will do here is instead of album name, I will take it as artist name. Okay, same. Okay, nothing changes over here. All other things are same and I will close it. And now we will change this particular calculation as well, the previous year and year on year albums KPIs, which is required for this, right? So this particular thing, right? So that's the calculation for that and we will change that as well. So instead of latest year albums, we will take the latest year artist over here. Similarly, previous year artist will be required. Oops, so now we don't want to make changes in this calculation. We will take copy and paste into the new calculation. So copy, take new measure and paste it. And now we will do here instead of albums, it will be artist. So change this to artist. Similarly, this as well. Select the artist. All other things are same, nothing change is required. Okay, close it. Okay. Now we will select the first value, and instead of latest year albums, we have to choose latest year artists. So these are the latest year artists. So here you can see 2024 1058 same value has been brought over here. And instead of previous year and year on year albums, we will choose the year on year artist. Okay. So this is the way. So you can see the 2023, that is previous year artist were 1400. So same value you are getting over here. And this is the year on year increase or decrease, whichever is the number. And this is 2024 will be remaining same because we are finding it for 2024, that is for the latest year, right? Now we will do the same thing over here as well. So instead of number of albums, we'll close this and we'll just choose number of artists. So it will give us the weekend and weekday analysis for the number of artists. The same way we have to change the name of the chart also. So just go in general, go in title, and here we will name it as artist. Okay, artist split. So these are the music placed based on the different artists. And same way, the top five albums also we will change. So we will go in filters, or first we'll go over here and we will change this album name. We will bring the artist name over here. Okay, similarly, we'll change this also and we'll bring artist name over here. And it is the count. But here you can see it should be not based on the artist name. So I'll close this. And so from here we have to take the top n, and it should be top 5, and it will be based on what artist name over here, and we will change this to count and we'll apply the filter. So now these are the top 5 artists which are being played through the Spotify app. All right, and we'll change the title as well. So just go to general, we'll change the title to artist, and similarly the subtitle as well. Okay. So in this way, you can see once you have done the first part of the calculations, once you understand everything from there, it is very easy to perform the same thing over here, right? So the same thing we are repeating again twice, because once we have done it for artist, now the same thing we have done for albums. Now we have to do the next as per our problem statement, that we have to do it for number of tracks, right? Or the tracks played in that particular Spotify app. So for that, what I will do again, so I will just select entire thing again. So we'll just press Control, select this. First, select the internal members. Okay, all internal members, and then the external container. Same way over here, select all internal members. Okay, one thing is remained, guys, over here. So you can see this particular chart over here, the painted chart for the last year and previous year album. This also we have to change. So instead of number of albums, it will be number of artists. And we have to change the color. So I will just take the color from here first. What was the code? So I will just go to lines, color, and I will choose the color from here. It is Control C. I will pay, and I will select this chart and I will change it. Perfect. Okay, so the background chart also should be changed from here. And now we will just select this, press Control, select internal members. Control C, Control V. Okay, just bring it over here now. All right, perfect. So this has been selected. We'll unselect that. Okay, so next thing what you have to do, guys, you can see when I select this, all other things are also being getting filtered over here. It should not happen over here, because whatever chart or whatever selection we do over here, it should only filter the albums over here. So for that, what we have to do is, I will just show you once what we have to do. You have to go in format and click on edit interaction, and here you can see everything has been filtered over here. So you just have to click on this none, just select none everywhere. Okay, once you select none everywhere, nothing will be filtered when this particular chart is selected. So you have to repeat this activity for all the charts. Okay, so you have to do this activity for all the charts. All right, so now you can see when I filter this, you can see only this chart is filtering and this is filtering, because here also we have to select everything here. that it should not filter, right? Just select everything. One sec. Okay, likewise. All right. Now, by selecting other charts also, when you select this, those also you have to turn off. By selecting this also, this you have to turn. And similar way you have to do for this also. When I select this, only this part should be filtered out. Others you have to just select it should not filter out. You have to select no. So this activity you have to repeat for all the charts, and you should know which chart should be selected again and again. So I just select this chart. Let's say I'm just selecting this chart, and now you have to just close this likewise, because it should be applied only for this filter, and here also it should be filtered. It should not highlight, it should be filtering. So this activity will take some time, but I won't waste much time on this. You can do it on your own. So it's the next part, actually the last part, but it is important guys, because you cannot give this kind of dashboard to your user, and if he's selecting this part, and if you are seeing that everything else is also been filtering out, it will not give him the correct insight. So you have to do this particular part. It is necessary. These actions or interactions you have to turn off, and you have to turn them on only for the particular charts which are related to that particular visual, right? So hope you are understanding. And if you have come at this particular part of the video, you are doing great, guys. You are learning new things, and I'm sure you will be able to complete this project very successfully. All right, now we will do the changes for this. But first, what we have to do, I'll just right click and we will create a new measure where we will name it as number of tracks, right? So we'll find the number of tracks from here. The same thing we have to do. We will take the distinct count. I will take the distinct count of what? Tracks. Right. So that is nothing but tracks played, not tracks played date. So it will be tracks played. One second. What is that? Track name. Sorry. It is track name. Alright, close this, hit enter. And now I'll just select this and delete it from here, and I will take number of tracks. So you can see those are 13K, but I will just go to format visual, go to category value, and you can see the display units. I will just choose it as none. I want to see the full value, right? And here I will name it to tracks, right? So these are the number of tracks played over time. Same thing, we'll change it over here also. So I will do this very quick because you know what we have done in this. So same thing we have to do over here. So I will just choose here number of tracks, and I will just go ahead and change the color of line as well. This will be the color, right? So we used previously, and similarly you have to change the min max values also. So I'll just control C. I will take a new measure and I will paste it over here, and instead of tracks it will be albums, it will be tracks. Similarly we will change this to track name, so it will be my track name. Here as well it will be my track name, right? And I will just, here also it will be track name. Okay, just hit enter, close it, and I will now go to data labels, values, uncheck this, and from here I will select the minimum maximum tracks. Okay, so you can see these are the minimum and these are the maximum tracks played, right? Same thing we have to do it for previous year and current year also. So I will just do first for not current year, latest year. I just copy this new measure, I will paste it, and here it will be for tracks. And once you do it over here, so distinct count, it should be for track name. All right, hit enter. Similarly we will do it for the previous year also. So copy it, new measure, I will paste it, and instead of albums we will take it as tracks. And here instead of this album name we will take it as track name, right? And hit enter. And the last one, that is this, control C, new measure, paste it, and here I will use a track. So instead of albums, here we will use track names. So previous year tracks and current year tracks. So that's all. Hit enter, close it, and now we will just select this value. So instead of this, we will take tracks, and instead of this, we will take current year and previous year tracks. That is this. Perfect. All right. Similarly, here as well, we'll just delete the number of albums and we'll take number of tracks. All right. Here as well, uh, we will take instead of album names, we'll take track name, and instead of count of this, we'll take count of track. Similarly, what we have to do here is we don't want top 5 based on album name, but we want it by track name. Okay. So it will be top 10, top 5, and it should be based on track name and it should be based on count apply filter. All right. Perfect. Okay. So this is, and we'll change the name also. First, we'll change for this title. It should be tracks played, and here it should be tracks. Similarly, the subtitle as well should be tracks. Right. So this is the changes we made. And one interesting thing you can see here is instead of top 5, you are seeing top 6 bars over here. The reason being is you can see the last two tracks, it is taking the same number of counts, that is 138 and 138. So Power BI is not able to identify which one out of two it should take. But obviously it should take both of them because it falls under the same value, and that's the reason we are getting the 6 bars over here. Those are top 5. It doesn't mean that you should see the 6 bars, only 5 bars, because these two have been taking or having the similar values, so it both are been present over here, right? So don't get confused why it's happening over here. And you can take the first 5 also, which is coming as the first in the alphabetical order, that is by name. You can take those first 5 also. You have to use a few rank functions over here. I keep it up to you. If you want to use, you can use that, but for me, I won't be using it over here, right? So in this way, we have found out all this. Now we will add a few slicers and a few filters so that we can filter it out based on those particular, to take more insights and take. Okay, so now we will add the slicer at the top. So to add that, first what we will do, we will add the slicer holder at the top first. So I will just take it aside first and I will copy this, the placeholder, or we can call it as a container as well. I'll bring it over here and we will go to general and I will give the specific height and width for this. So I will take the height as 200 and a width for this I will take for, it will be 1330. Okay. So this will be for this particular slicer, and then we will take the slicer which is here, and I will take it and place it over top. Okay. And we will reduce it rightwise, and I'll just take it and bring it at bottom. And we will do further. So you can see it has been gone behind this particular shape. So what I will do, I will select this particular shape and uh, I will just go to format and I will just click on send backward. Just click multiple times. It will take some, and send backward, send to back. All right. Now what I will do, I will select this and we will do some formattings on this. I will just go here. First go in general, in effects I will turn off everything. Go to visual, then I will go to values, and in values I will just choose the value as 23, and the background color we will choose it as, let's say, black, or we will choose it as this, and the values we will choose the color as white. We'll bold it and we will choose this as to Calibri bold, this, right? So it looks fine to me now. All right. And now next what we will do, we will add the title also on the top. So I'll just copy this title itself, Control C, Control V, and bring it over here, and I will name it as select platform. Okay. Select platform. Just take it bit down and
We'll make it as Calibri and we'll choose that's this color. Okay. So this will be our slicer. You can choose the different platforms from here. Next thing, we will also again copy this Control C, Control V, and I will cha change this width. Sorry, I will change this to 600. Okay, and I will bring it over here. All right, and we will add a new slicer over here. So I'll just pick a new slicer from here. Where is it? Yeah, so the slicer, and I will take shuffled. Okay, so you can see shuffle is there, and I will add it over here. And we will do some slicer settings. I will choose it as drop down. Selection, we will keep select all, and values, we will go ahead and change it to 23 as usual, and we will turn off the header. Background, we will choose it as this. Okay, and go to general, and in effects we will turn off the effect, and I will just and bring it over here. Right, and we'll do some more formatting on this. Select it, and values will choose the color as white. Okay, all right, we can do some more over here. What we'll do, we'll choose the darker background. Yeah, this one is fine. Now it looks fine, and we have values. What we will do, we'll make it bold. We'll make the values bold. We'll make it as Calibri. All right, now looks fine. And now we will copy this again. Control C, Control V. Copy the slicer. I'll bring it over here. Okay, and instead of having it to shuffle, we will keep it as skip. Okay, same thing if it is skipped or if it is shuffled. The values are same, so you will think that both are same, but it is not, because for this you can see it is skipped, and for this it is shuffle. All right, now we will add the title as well for them. So we'll just copy this itself. Control C, Control V, take it to the other side. Okay, so this will be, it will be, what should be the name is shuffled. So this is shuffled, and okay, Control C, Control V. One more we will add. So this will be a skipped. All right. So these are our slicers and filters. So if you want, you can increase the width of this as well. Right, general, go to properties, and we'll increase the height of that 75. This also will keep it to 75. All right. So in this way, we have added our filters also. So the navigation buttons, we will add it later because we haven't added any other dashboards yet. And we will name this particular dashboard as overview. We'll name it as overview. Okay. So this was our first dashboard, guys. And as per our requirements, you can see over here, we have created this entire dashboard. And now next thing what we will do, we will go to our next requirement, that is nothing but listening patterns. Okay, so this will be an entire new dashboard where we will find different listening patterns in this, and based on the different listening patterns, we are going to do the analysis. First one is the listening hour analysis. Okay, the same thing we will be doing over here. So what I will do is, I will show you what we are going to create. So I will just bring you to this created dashboard, and this is what we are going to create, right? That is nothing but listening hour. So what I will do, I will just right click and I will duplicate this entire worksheet. Okay. Or we can say workbook, and I will name it as listening patterns. Okay. So this will be our listening patterns. And now what I will do, I will just select this entire thing. Okay. Just select the entire dashboard. This much I will delete first. Delete this and whatever is present over here, right? So delete everything which is available. Just delete it. I will just press Control and I will select everything. Just delete it. This as well. Okay, and now we will use this placeholder for us, right? So this will be the placeholder to create our matrix chart. Okay, so the first problem statement in this particular dashboard, we have to identify the peak listening times with a heat map, and heat map we will be using by creating a matrix chart, and which will help us visualize the patterns across different hours and days with different color intensities. Okay, so that is what we are going to use over here. So for that, I will be using this placeholder. I will go to general first and in effects or go in properties, and I will specify the width for this. So it will be 1560, height will be same. Uh, the width, I will choose it as first. I will just bring it over here and then I will give it 1560. Okay, and I will bring it over here. All right. So here we will create it. Just select it, and what we will do, we'll go to shape, and here I will just make it to 2. Okay, so that rounded corners are not very rounded. It should look intuitive as well. Now what we will do, we have to create a matrix chart over here. So for that, what I will do, I will just take a matrix chart. So this will be the matrix chart for us. This will be where we will create the matrix chart. But what we want is we have to show the hours. Okay, that is nothing but we want hours and we want days as well, right? So the day from which it will be starting, or I mean to say the day name. We have the day name. If you go to our data over here, here you can see we have one field which we created from our TS date, which you saw in the first part, that is track played time. So we have the time over here, but from this, what we will do, we will extract the hour at which hour it has been actually played. And one more thing we want is a day on which day it was been played, like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But here, if you go in our date table, here we already have the day name. We already created the day name by using this particular measure. Sorry, not measure, the calculated column, which is by using a format function. So we all have all the few things which we require. So we'll just go ahead and do the things. Only one thing that is required over here, that is in this particular Spotify history table, we have to create an hour for us, right? So that extract the hour from this exact time. So for that, what we will do, I will just right click and I will create a new column. Make sure you create a new column. It's a column level calculation. And what we will do, we will say, name it as R. Okay. And it will be using an R function for that. Use an R function, and it will be, we will take it from track played time. Okay, so it is from track played time. We will be using this and we will hit enter. And so you can see this calculation is valid. And when you see in the data, you can see the R has been extracted. So 1727, it will show as an exact R that is at 17. Nothing but if you convert it into 12 hours of time, it will be evening 5, right? So now right now it is a 24-hour clock. So what I will do, I will go over here again, and now we will bring all this into our visualization. So on rows, what I will do, I'll bring our on rows, and on this particular columns, I'll bring day name. So you can see there are day name and all these things, but they are looking very much small right now. So what I will do, I will just go first and I will increase the values. So first what I will do, I'll just go ahead and I will increase the row headers and column headers. So it will be visible for us. So I will make it to this to 25, and the row headers also I will make it to 25. All right. So you can see now these are visible for you. So one thing that you have to note is the R is correct, like from 0, 1, 2, 3, a 24-hour clock is available for us. But when you see the days, they are been starting random, right, from Friday, Monday, Saturday, and all those things. So how can we make it uh, as the start of week? Let's say we want to start it from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, likewise. So for that, you will say that we will start, or we will just make it in ascending, or we'll make it in descending, but it won't work. So for that, we will write a calculation, and by using that particular calculation, we will make, or we will sort this particular, we can say, day names. So for that, I will just go in table view, and here I will show how to write that calculation. So what we will do, we will write a calculation over here, that the day name here you can see. This day name will show us the numbers in that particular week. Like Monday should be given as 1, Tuesday should be given as 2, likewise. So for that, I will write a calculation. I will create a new column over here, and I will name that column as day number, or we can say week number, or I will say that day number by week, or in a week, you can name it. And I will use as week number, okay, or I will use a weekday over here, not week number. I will use a weekday function, and I will just name what should be the date being used. So this is the date which should be used, and weekday will return us whether Monday will be given as 1 and Sunday will be given as 7 in serially. So let's say I will use a date, and I will use this particular date and comma. Let's say I start with 1. Okay. And I hit enter. So as soon as you do, you can see Monday has been starting from 2 and Sunday has been starting from 1. So what does it mean? That in this particular date table, it is considering for a week, Sunday is the first day of the week. And you can see Saturday is the last day of the week. But we want it we want it in another way. We should have Mondays to be started as a first day of the week. So for that, what I will do, instead of giving here 2, instead of giving here 1, I will give 2, and then I will hit enter. So as soon as you do, and I will just check this, you can see the Monday is made now starting from 1, and the Sunday is the 7th. That is the last day of that particular week in this entire date table. Okay, so now we will make use of this day number in a week, and I will just go to our visualization, and here just select the day name first. Select this particular day name field, go to column tools, and here you have an option called sort by column, and I will just choose it by day number in a week. So I'll just select this. As soon as you do, you can see Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So why it's happening? Because the day number in a week has numbers 1 to 7, where 1 is given to Monday and 7 is given to Sunday. Likewise, it has been sorting all the weeks. So this is the way we are going to use it. And now we have to track, or we have to see this entire dashboard or this listening hours for number of tracks listened. Okay, so what we will do, we will take number of tracks and we will add it into values. Sorry. So first select this particular matrix chart and then take number of tracks and add it into values over here. So you can see we are looking everything for the number of tracks, right? And now we will do our further calculations. So you can see this is the way we are going to analyze. So I will just reduce it and reduce it likewise also. Or I will just select this particular entire matrix, go over here, and in general, I will just specify its height and width. So height, I will choose it as 1680, and width we will choose it as 1125. Okay, so this will be the height and width, and we'll bring it over here nice and clean. Okay, now go to general, and in effects turn off the background. Okay, and now we will do some layouting for this particular chart. So in layout, I will just choose it as minimal. Okay, we'll choose the minimal as the layout for us. Then go to grid. In grid, for horizontal grid lines, we will choose it as black, and width we will choose it as 2. Similar for vertical also, we will choose it as black, and width we will choose it as 2. So you can see the horizontal and vertical grid lines are being applied to this. So for border also, we will choose it as black itself. Okay, so the border also will be black, and we will choose it as 2. Okay, and next, values. Okay, so values is nothing but entire this internal values. You can see those values, what should be the font size for those. So the font size for this will be 33. So I will give the font size for them as 33. So you can see 33 has been perfect fit over here. So column headers, everything is there. So I'll just make it as Calibri. I'll make those Calibri. I will make it as bold. And all right. What else we can do here is the background color for headers. We can choose it. So I will go to more colors, and in more colors, I will choose the background color as I'll use it as 1F, 1A, 1A. Sorry, 1F, 1A, 1A. Okay. So this will be the color for headers. You can see it has been taken that color, but text color we will choose it as white. Okay. And we'll align it to center. All right. And next for row headers also same thing. We'll choose the background color, the same which we choose, but the text color we'll choose is this. And instead of this, we'll choose it as Calibri. All right. And we'll center it. Okay. Uh, column subtotals, we don't want row subtotals, right? So for column subtotals, what we will do, I will go into values, and for that, the totals, I will choose it as Calibri first, and I will make it as 32. I think so 30 is fine. And background color, I will choose it as this. Once again, it is not taking the background color or what? Okay, so just keep it like this. First, what we will do, we'll go to values first. Okay, so come to values, and here we will choose the background for all of the values at same. That is this is 00, but we'll choose it 1F 1F, and here also we'll choose it as 1F 1F, and we'll choose the text color as white and text color as white again. All right. So I'm concerned about column grand totals, why it is not taking the background color. Anyway, we will see. We will see. We will check that later. Okay. And okay, so here it is the column grand total. Here we have to choose the color. Yeah. So I have to choose this color. No, this is fine. Okay. And I will choose the, so in column grand total, I have to do it. I was doing it in columns, which was wrong. So I have to do it in column grand totals. And text color, I will choose it as white. Okay. So now most of the things are done. Now what we will do, we will have to give the background colors to all these internal values. So for that, I will go to add to your visual over here, and here I will go to values over here, and I will go to conditional formattings, and here I will choose the background color. Okay, so here we will be giving the background color, and on what value we have to give, we have to specify which particular field we have to use here. So I will use the number of tracks we are going to use. Okay, and so we will apply the lowest, and I will add the middle curl also. So I just go to add the lowest value. So for that, I will be using 1F, 1A, 1A. Okay, so this will be my lowest value color. Sorry. Then my middle value color will be hashtag 347530. Okay, and my maximum color would be hashtag 43B 43B04C. Okay, click on OK. So as soon as you do, you can see the colors has been applied all to this particular cells, but still you can see these numbers are visible for us. We have to give colors, the same color which is there for background, we'll give the same colors to these numbers as well, so they will be invisible for us. They will be present over here, but they won't be able, we won't be able to see those numbers. So for that, what we will do, I will just come over here, go to format, or I will just go to build visual, and here I will just click on values. Again, I will go to conditional formatting, and right now I will give font colors. The same way, I will add the middle color, and the same color combinations we will give it here as well. That is nothing but for middle color, I will give it as 1F, 1A, 1A, The center color will give it as, or the middle color will give it as a hash code. Same hash code, that is 347530. Okay, same colors we have to give. Okay, and the maximum one we will give it as 43B04C. Perfect. Click on OK. And as soon as you do that, you can see, because the background color and the text color are same, they look as a bars for us or a heat map for us. And from this particular heat map, you can take different insights actually. You can see that from this heat map, the middle hours, right? So the middle hours, nothing but from 8 to, I can say, 13. This is nothing but the morning hours. That is from 8 a.m. to, I can say, to mid afternoon. These are the hours where very less amount of music has been heard. But apart from that, you can see the other hours like the midnight, and you can see after midnight also, you can see there are people who are listening to the music. All right. So this is the insights which can be generated from this particular visual. And obviously you can hover your mouse for at any part of this visual, and you can see those. But right now you can see the mouse hover over is not working. That is, it is not showing the tooltip. So for that, just select the chart, go over here, and just search for tooltip over here. And you can see the tooltip is right now off. Just turn it on and just close this. Okay. And now you can see the tooltip will work. It will give us all the information. All right. So I'll just save our work. Now, next thing what we will do, I will just select this and we'll increase the size of this evenly. Okay, evenly just increase the size of it this little so that we have a good visual. This looks fine now. Now, next thing what we will do, we will also add a bar graph over here, which will give us an information of how much hours are being consumed based on the different hours we have, or we can say how much tracks are being played on the different hours as a total. Okay, so we can see the total over here. The graph will give us a glimpse that by seeing the size of the graph, immediately we can understand that, yeah, so this was the actual time where the maximum number of tracks are being played. So for that, I will just select the bar graph from here, and I will just add R, and I will add it to y-axis actually, and I will add a number of R's, number of tracks to here, right? So simple thing. And now what we will do, I will just select this. I will go to general. I will go to effects, turn off the turn off the title as well, and go to x-axis, turn off everything on x-axis, turn off everything on y-axis. Okay, and we'll just reduce it likewise, and we'll bring it over here. Okay, and bring it in the way that it is perfectly matching to these values, because it is the same value which we are showing it in the visual also, right? Okay, so now one thing you might have noticed in this visual, that this particular value here, you can see it's 3758 and here it is 3892. So what's the reason behind that? But here you can see R in the tooltip is in the tooltip of this particular visual. You can see in the white tooltip, the R is 23, and at the bottom you can see the R is 0. So what has happened is this particular chart is inverted for us, because in our matrix chart, the R is 0, and here the R is starting from 0, that is from bottom. So we have to invert this particular chart, otherwise it will give us the incorrect result. So for that, what we will do, select this particular chart, go over here and go to y-axis actually, and here you have an option called invert range. So just click on this and it will invert the range for us, and right now you can see it is from 0. So now you can adjust this particular chart over here, right? Likewise, so now here you can see 3892, which is perfectly matching with this, and now you can read and take the insights from here. This is the highest number of midnight. You can see this is the uh, time where highest number of music has been listened, and this is at 11 o'clock. I can say 11 at night, this is the maximum number of hours being listened. So this is actually, it should be a circular clock. You can imagine a circular clock in this particular visual, and then you can take an insights from here. So we will, what we will do, we will also give the same things over here. What we'll do, or we can go to visual and go to bars, and in bars we will give the conditional formattings here as well, so that we will have the same color. Just add a mid color, and instead of this, it should be on based on number of tracks. Okay, so what should be it given to? It should be given to the number of tracks. And the first color which I will add here is the same code which we used in the matrix grid or the heat map. We will use the same 1F, 1A, 1A. Similarly, here we will also use the same thing. The code is 347530. And here the code for us is hashtag 43B04C. Okay, and just hit enter. Just click OK. Okay, and it has been applied, and we will turn off the legends. So we don't want the legends. So you can see the same color code has been applied to this particular inverted chart or our bar chart as well. And it will give us the same type of feel of the visualization, so that we are not missing out anything. And these are the values of that particular amount. You can see 3256, which is exactly matching. So it will give us the exact figures and exact, look and feel for that particular visual. And now we have to give titles also. So I'll just copy the same title from here, Control C, Control V, and I'll just bring it over here. Okay, and I will name it as listening hours. Listening hour versus days. Okay, and select this, and we'll make it a bit bright and bold. Perfect. So this is listening hour versus days, and now next we have to create one more visual. That will be a quadrant analysis, and we will see that as well. All right, so after this, we will move ahead to our next requirement, which is average listening time in minutes versus the track frequency. All right, so in this also we have to do a scatter plot. I mean, we have to build a scatter plot which will be used further for quadrant analysis. And based on that, we have to find the more high frequency, high listening times, and low frequency, high listening time, high frequency low listening time, and low frequency low listening time. So based on this, we have to find out, and we have to grade out those particular in four quadrants, and we have to show the most effective quadrant for us, and those particular tracks which are residing in that particular quadrant, so that it will be easy for a user, so that he can identify the best performing tracks which is having high frequency as well as which is having the high listening time as well as is in minutes, right? So that we have to do in this particular problem statement. So for that, first I will add a container over here. So the same container I will use Control C, Control V, and I will just try to add it over here in this way, and I will just reduce the size likewise. All right, looks good. Perfect. Now, next thing what we will do here, we will create first the matrix chart, but not a matrix chart. We have to create a scatter plot. But if you can see, we have to find out the average listening time versus time frequency. And both of these particular measures we have not calculated yet in this particular data or in this particular project. So first we have to find out the average listening time and the track frequency. And it's very easy, but if I show you the data which we have, here you have an field called as ms played, which is nothing but milliseconds played. That is nothing but that particular track or a song, it has been played for how many milliseconds, and the data has been stored in milliseconds. So we will use this millisecond, and we will convert it into minutes. Okay, so I will go back to our report, and I will just create a new measure, and I will name it as average listening time, and it will be in minutes. Okay, so average listening time in minutes. So we will be using an average function. For that I will use average function, and next thing, simple, I will be using an ms track played, nothing but ms played. And what we will do, we will have to divide this entire by 60,000, right? So we have to divide this entire by 60,000. What does it mean that if we divide it by 60,000, it will give us in the minutes. I'll just hit enter and I will close this, right? Okay, so this is our average listening time. Now next we will go ahead and find out our track frequency. For that I will take right click and I will take a new measure and I will name it as track frequency. Okay, so this is our track frequency. Track frequency is nothing but the count of total number of tracks which we'll be using. But for now, we will not take the total number of track, or we can say we will not take the total number of records for each track, but we will take the entire record or entire table which we are having, the number of records which are there in the entire table. That is the Spotify history. That is, we will count each and every row as a single track played, and then that track we will break it with respect to track name. I will show you further how we are going to do. But for now, we will use a count row function. Uh, count row. So what does this do is it will count the number of rows which are there in table, which I told you each row we have to calculate which will be considered as a track. So we have to take it from the Spotify history table. Okay, so we have to calculate it for Spotify history table and I will hit enter. And now what we will do, we will create our visual. So we have to create a scatter plot. So just select the scatter plot from here. So this will be our scatter plot. I will just increase its size. And next what we will do, I will just add on x-axis, I will add the average listening time which we just created. Okay, so I'll just take it on the left side. Yeah, so I will take the average listening time and I will add it on the x-axis. You can see one small blue dot has been appearing over here. And then we will take the track frequency and I will add it on to y-axis. You can see there is still one single dot. So we have to break this aggregation. So whatever aggregation is there right now in the visualization, we have to break it with respect to the track name. So we have a track name field over here. What I will do, I will take the track name and I will add it into values. As soon as you do, you can see there are number of dots. Each dot represent a track name, and each track name here you can see it will have an average listening time and it will have the track frequency. All right. So first, before doing anything, what we will do, we will do some formattings on this chart quickly. So I will go to format visual. I will go to general and in properties. What I will do, I will just specify the height as 1470. Okay, I'll just take it up 1470. Okay, so this will be the height for my visual, and the width I will be using is 1430. Okay, so this will be the width, and I will add it this place it properly over here. Then go to title. I will turn off the title as well as I will go to effects and I will turn off the background as well. And now we'll go to visual and quickly do some formattings over here so that we can move ahead and we can have all the values done. So I will just go to x-axis. I will go to values over here and I will make it as 20. I will make it as calibrate, make it as bold, and I will choose the value as this. Okay. So you can see, right, just not make it as bold. You can see the values are there, which is these are the average listening time on x-axis, right? Similarly for title, what I will do, I will take the title as 25. Okay. And I will make it the same white and make it as bold, but we'll make it to calibrate. Okay. So this is our average listening time on x-axis. Similar, we will do it for y-axis also. So for values, we'll take it as 20 white. Okay. And the title, we will go ahead and change it to white. We will make it to 25 calibrate bold. Okay. So here you can see this is our track frequency. This is our average listening time. All right. And the what we will do more on this is I'll just select this and I will just go to grid lines. And in vertical grid lines, what I will do instead of that, I will choose at custom. And you can see the dash arrow is there. I will change this pattern to 10, 0, 10, 5. Okay. So this will be my pattern. So it is nothing but it gives us the gap and the size of the dash, what should be that. And I will keep it to 1 pixel itself. Similarly for vertical also, I will copy this and I will choose it as custom and the same thing I will add it over here. Okay. Similarly for vertical and the color for this, we will choose it as this one
or we'll take it as this. Okay, and this also we'll take it as this. Okay, so these are the grid lines which are there. And yeah, now we will go forward and do our further analysis. Now, what actually we have to do in this particular visual, we have to create a quadrant, right? So we have to add an axis line, which is having for average listening time, and the y-axis line, which will be for track frequency. So for that, what I will do, I will select our visual and I will go to the further analysis. So you have the further analysis, that is an option, the magnifying glass option will be there, or icon will be there, and here you have an x-axis constant line. So I'll just go to x-axis constant line and I will click on add line. Okay, so this will be my x-axis constant line, and it is asking me what should be your value. So you can see x-axis take the value from 0 to 20, like 0, 5, 10, and if you can see, most of the values lies from 0 to somewhere 7 or 8 between. So here you can see the average listening time is below 5, most of them are. So what I will do, I will choose it as, let's say, 3. As soon as you do, you can see a keen blue line has been appearing over here. And so what we will do, we will increase the pixel of that so it will be visible for us. So you can see the blue line and we'll make it as white. So you can see this line has been there. And we will also add a y-axis. So now for y-axis, you can see the value ranges from 0, 50, 100 to 150. So, but most of them are from the frequencies from 0 to 100. But what I will do, I will add one more line for y-axis and I will add it at 80. Okay, you can see the line has been appearing, but I will increase the pixel size and I will make it as white. Okay, so you can see this the quadrant has been created, right? So this axis line, which we created from the further more visual analysis, it creates us a vertical and horizontal, that is x-axis, y-axis line based on the value which we have added over there, and then it creates a quadrant for us. So you can see this is our first quadrant. You can see my cursor. This is our first quadrant. This is our second quadrant. This is our third quadrant, and this will be our fourth quadrant. And based on that, we have to do the quadrant analysis. And if you keep looking at this visual, you can see this second quadrant, right? Make a look at this quadrant. You can see in this quadrant, the listening time is high because you can see it is greater than 3. The listening time is high, as well as the track frequency. You can see above this line, the track frequency is also higher. So this is the quadrant which we will focus on. In the first quadrant, what happens? In first quadrant, the listening time is very low, but frequency is high. Here, the listening time is high, as well as frequency is also high, right? In this quadrant, what is happening? Listening time is high, but frequency is low, right? And in this quadrant, both is low. Frequency is also low, as well as the average time is also low, right? So this, you should know how to read the scatter plot, and most importantly, the quadrant, right? So which are the important quadrants for us? So this second quadrant is important for us, and this is where we are going to do our analysis. But if you click on this chart and if you see over here, and if you see the x-axis constant line, this line are hard coded now. Now the value is 3, and for y-axis right now the value is 80, right? But it is hard coded. We have to enter the value manually while doing this. But what we have to do here is we have to create a placeholder over here that the user can enter the value, and this particular line we can move it dynamically. So for that, what we have to do is we have to create few parameters, field parameters. What for that, what I will do, click anywhere outside and go to modeling, and here you have an option called that is new parameter, and I will create a numeric range. So just select the numeric range and I will name that parameter. For me, I will first create the average listening time. Okay, so this will be my average listening time in minutes. Okay, but what I will do here, for this average listening time, because the DAX which we wrote, it is already same, the same name will be available over here. So I will just make it as listening time. Okay, so I will just select the listening time over here. So it will be easy for us to understand that listening time is a parameter, but average listening time is the DAX which we actually wrote, right? We will keep it whole number itself, but minimum value will be 0, but maximum value, you can see that listening time in this particular graph, it ranges from 0 to 20. So we will keep and maximum value as 20 itself, or you can keep it as 25 also. You can see there is one point which is available more than 20, and we will keep the increment of 1, right? So if he want to increase from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, so increment of 1 we will keep.
and we'll create. Okay, just create. As soon as you do, you can see the slicer is been created over here. So, and this is the slicer, and you can see here this particular slicer has been available. But what we will do, we'll do quick formatting on this slicer so it will be visible for us. It's right now it's very small. So what I will do, I will go to values and I will increase the values. First, I will choose it as Calibri and we will increase the value, let's say 20. Okay, and we will increase the slicer header as well. We will make it as Calibri and we'll make it as 25. Okay, and I will make it as bold, or let's make it as 30. Okay, I think so 25 is fine. Ah, right, and then we'll go to general and in effects I'll turn off the background. Okay, come back here and in text we'll keep it as white, or we'll keep it as this. Okay, and now here you can actually type what value actually you want. So for that I will just select this, and for values also we'll make it as white so that we know what we are typing. So if you type here 5 and if you hit enter, nothing is happening right now. You can see it is not changing with this particular line. If you type here 2, nothing is happening to this particular axes or to the lines, the constant lines which we added. So for that, what we will do further analysis, right? But we have to link this particular slicer or this parameter to these lines. But before that, what we will do, we will create one more um, parameter that will be for track frequency. So again, go back here, create a new parameter, new range, and we'll name it as track frequency. Okay, but again, here you can see the track frequency is same, and here also you will, we are writing the same thing. So to not get confused, we'll name in bracket as parameter. Okay, later we will remove it. Okay, and you can see the maximum value that can the track frequency can have is 150 or up to more than that. So we'll keep it as 200 and increment we will keep it as 1 itself and we'll just create. You can see it has been created. What I will do, I'll just select this particular original, the previous one created. I will go to home, click on format painter and we'll add like this. Okay, so you can see the same, you can see the formatting is applied to this. Now what we will do, right now you can see 2 is there. If I hit this 200, nothing is happening here, right? So for that, what we will do, we have to link this particular, we can say frequency or these slicers to this particular visual, right? Now what we will do for that, you can see the track frequency parameter has been created over here. So for that, what we will do is select our visual, go over here, further analysis and go to the line. So now you can see the line is there, but this line has been not linked yet. So you can see this value is 3 right now, which is hard coded over here. If you change it to 5, you can see it will show the value as at the 5. But we want this to be linked to this particular parameter. So for that, what I will do, I will click on FX, just click on conditional formattings, and here you can see you can apply whichever field by which field you want it to be happen, right, or be changed. So I will just click on listening time. Okay, so you can see one second, just click here and I will, you can see there is a parameter that is listening time is there, and I will just click on this particular value, right, that is listening time value, and just select that and just click on OK. As soon as you do, you can see the value was 2, now it is showing at 2. If you change this to 5, it will show us 5. If you change this to 4, it will give the fourth value, right? So now it is connected to this particular parameter. Same way we will connect the other one also. So go over here and we will go to the y-axis and here we will click on fx, right? And instead of this, the field value we will choose from here, that is from track frequency parameter, and we will choose this. Okay, and click OK. And as soon as you do, you can see now the value is 100. Now the line is also at 100. If you change this to let's say 70, you can see this will be at now 70, right? So in this way, you can actually create this. Let's say I will change this to 3. You can see it is now 3, right? So in this way, now we have connected our these lines, that is the constant lines which create the quadrant to this particular parameters which we just created. Now what we have to do, we have to do further analysis where we have to create the quadrants in such a way that this is the best performing quadrant. We will give the color to this particular quadrant as green, and all others should be as black or light black color. So we will be focusing on this quadrant itself. So for that, what we will do, I will write word calculation, and the calculation will be, I will just write in this particular, and I will just name it as new measure. Okay. And here we'll name it as CF quadrant. You can give name anything. CF is nothing but conditional formatting and for quadrant, right? So that's the reason I've added. And I will write, now we will write the calculation. So first understand how we are writing the calculation. Variable, first variable I will take average. Okay. So the first variable I'm taking average time, and in this I will take the average listening time. Okay. If this average listening time is less than or equal to average listening time for the parameter which we created, right? So you can see what was the parameter. This is listening time, right? That is nothing but listening time, right? So if this average listening time value, okay, the formula which we wrote in DAX is less than the average listening time. Right now you can see it is 3. That is nothing but, oops, where is it? Oh my god. Okay, I will write one more calculation. You can see it anywhere? No. I'll write one more calculation. So I'll name it as CF quadrant. First variable was average time is equal to average listening time is less than or equal to listening time. Okay. So this was the first variable we wrote, which gives us that average listening time, right? The calculation which we wrote, and these values are those, right? So 0, 5, 12. If it is less than or equal to the parameter is nothing but this particular line which is linked to that particular parameter, right? If it is less than or equal to means what? All the values which are towards left. Okay, all these values, right? So it indicates that this calculation is written for all these values which are on left, right? And I will write one more variable which will be my track frequency. Okay, and I will write the calculation for this as track frequency. The calculation which we wrote, it should be if it is greater than or equal to the track frequency parameter which we created, right? So now when I say greater than, so you can see the track frequency values are what? 0, 50, 100, 150. Okay, all these values. And parameter value is nothing but this line. What line this particular values have? Nothing but 70. So everything which is greater than or equal to means what? Everything is which is having value greater than this line. So everything above this line, this is the calculation for that. First one is everything for this vertical line, everything left to it, and for second calculation is the horizontal line, that is y-axis line, everything above it, right? And based on that only we will be writing our result. So the where result I will write. Okay, so for result I will use is equal to, and I will use a switch function for that. Okay, switch function takes different arguments, so the expression and different values and what should be the result for those, right? So I will use a switch function and I will use the value as true if the value is true, right? Only give me the results if value is true, right? So if that condition satisfies, then what should be the value, right? And I will write the first condition, that is comma. So now what should be the value? So if this particular, right? So if this average time, control V, and track frequency, control V. What does this mean? If average time and track frequency value, if we consider, that is nothing but average time, if it is less than 0, because this condition says that it is less than this line, that is everything towards left, and what this track frequency says that this particular, what this track frequency calculation said, everything above the line. So everything towards the left and everything above, it is nothing but we are in first quadrant. Right here you can see everything left, because we are using less than or equal to, that is less than this average line, right? Because if average listening time is less than this parameter line, that is this particular entire this area, and this says that greater than, so greater than this line, that is nothing but greater than this parameter value, that is above. So everything towards the left, everything above, that is nothing but this quadrant. So if we are in this particular quadrant, then we should give an value and output as 1. It should have a result as 1, right? So what does this mean? That this is what we are in low time. So we have low time and high frequency, right? This is what this particular statement means. So we are in first quadrant. You can see we are at high frequency, but average time is less than 3. That is, it is low time and high frequency. Similarly, if I write not and I write it as average time and this, okay. Now what? See, not means what? This condition does not satisfy. That is, this whatever this condition we have wrote, not this condition means what? It is not satisfying this condition, means what? It is greater than this average listening time is now greater than, because we have wrote not. So it is not satisfying this condition, means what? The average listening time is greater than this parameter, right? So here it was less than this parameter. Not satisfying means what? It is greater than this parameter, but it is satisfying the track frequency. We have not wrote not over here. So means what? It is greater than the track frequency is higher than the parameter, and average listening time is greater than the parameter, means what? We are falling in this quadrant, right? Everything above this and everything right to this is nothing but we are right now in the second quadrant. So we will write here, right? Because we are at second quadrant, and this means what? This is high time, right? So this is high time and high frequency, right? Similar way, what we will do, we will write one more calculation, right? So I think so this should be having a comma. Here we will have a comma. So now we will have to write the third condition. All right. So we will write a third condition, not average time, control C, control V, and not track frequency, control V. What does this mean? Okay, means what? We are in third quadrant. So how does this work? Not average time means what? This condition does not satisfy. Means we are still at the right side of this particular line, and not track frequency means what? We are less than this, right? So this condition says that we are above, but it is not satisfying, because we are saying not this condition, means what? We are below this particular line. So everything towards the right and everything this below means we are in this particular quadrant, that is we are in third quadrant, which says we are in high time and we are in low frequency. This is what it says, right? And one more condition, we will write it as average time, okay, which satisfies the condition, but it does not satisfy the track frequency, right? That means we are in fourth quadrant, right? What does this mean? That average time condition satisfies, that is less than everything, but the frequency condition that does not satisfy. Original condition was above this, but it does not satisfy, means everything is less than this. So left to this and below to this, so we are in fourth quadrant, which means that it is low time and low frequency quadrant, right? So in this way, so I have tried my best to explain you guys. So I hope you have understood. And I will close this bracket and I will return the result. You have to return result. Finish. Okay. And I will hit enter. Right. I will close this now. I hope you have understood this calculation. Now I will just select our visual, go to visualization, then go to format visual, go to markers, and you can see in markers the size we will select this as 15 plus 15. Okay, just make it bigger. And now we will go to color. First go to border. Okay, select the border as just turn off the match fill color and select the border as pure black. Okay, so you can see now these particular things are visible for us, but the color, actually color of this particular marker, we will give it as fx. We will give the conditional formatting. and we will give it based on rules, and rules on which, that is for CF. We wrote this particular way, that is CF. And what should be the value, that if this value, one second, directly field value, we will take the field value of CF quadrant, one second, or let me see, or we'll just choose rules only, right? So if it is equal to, right, so CF quadrant, we'll just take the CF quadrant from here, select the CF quadrant. So if CF quadrant, and here we will choose is equal to, if it is equal to 1, all right, add one more rule, add one more rule. So here we'll choose everything is equal to. So if it is equal to 1, if it is equal to 2, if it is equal to 3, and if it is equal to 4. So we have already known first quadrant, second quadrant, third quadrant, and fourth quadrant, right? So if it is equal to first, okay, and just choose your, instead of percent, choose your number. Okay, we are looking for number. So if it is in first quadrant, then we should have the code as 666. Okay, copy this. Okay, so if it is in first quadrant, choose the color as black, but we are interested in second quadrant, right? So first we will name it as, or we will give the color code for this as 0b D90b. Okay, and for the third quadrant also, again we are not interested in this, so we'll give it as 666, and here also we'll name it as 666, and just hit OK. As soon as you do, you can see here the second quadrant has been focused, because in this particular quadrant the values are having high frequency as well as high average time, and this is what we want to focus on. And let's say if you want to change this, let's say I change it to 5. Okay, as soon as you do hit enter, you can see automatically it will just consider that quadrant, and you can see the values are now changed. If you want to change this track frequency, let's say you want to change it to 100 and hit enter, you can see there are only 1, 2, and 3. These are the only tracks which are at this particular listening time. So what I will do, I will change the listening time to hit enter. As soon as you do, you can see the colors are also dynamic. Everything is dynamic based on whatever user selects. And if I change this to, let's say, 80, again you can see the value changes, and whatever values are there with respect to that quadrant, it will show us in the green color, which is nothing but which are the best performing tracks based on the values which we are selecting over here. Getting or not? So I hope you are understanding what we are doing actually over here, right? So I will just select this and I will just bring them a bit down, right? So this is how you do the quadrant analysis, and I hope you have understood this. So what I will do, I'll just copy the title for us. So Control C, Control V, and I will name it to average average listening time in minutes versus track frequency. Okay, so this is our time, and you can change this parameter name actually if you want. So this is the calculation, you can remove it from here. You can just hit enter. Okay, similarly here also this value also we have to change, but it's not been changing. No, doesn't matter. Okay, you can change from here itself. Okay, instead of parameter, we'll remove the parameter over here and we will hit enter. You can see the name has been changed over here. It's still, if it is not in the changed over here, but it can be changed by from the field itself, right? And now you can play around, you can choose whatever value you want, you can choose it, whatever listening time you want, let's say 2.5. Okay, it does not take the point 0.5, so I will just take 3. Okay, so likewise. All right, so I hope you have understanding, and this was the analysis for listening patterns actually, right? And what we can do is we can use a different filter over here. Instead of using and platform filter, we'll delete it. Okay, and instead of using that, we will use our year filter, so it will give us the more information. So I will just close this, and we can see for different years how different performing tracks are there. So I just paste it. Control C, Control V, and instead of this, we'll choose it as year. Okay, so these are the different years we have, right? And I will just delete this first. We'll increase it likewise. I will break it over here. Perfect. All right. And now you can see it for different years. So let's say you want to see for 2013, how is performing. Let's say you want to see for 2024, right? And you want to see for combined data. So let's say you want to see for 2024, 2022. Here you can see the track frequency itself start from 0 50 likewise. So you can change the track frequency, let's say to 50, right? And then you can see the quadrant analysis. Are you getting or not? So likewise, you can change the track frequency based on your requirement. Okay, so from 50 again, I will make it to, let's say, 90. Okay, so likewise, we do the quadrant analysis, and I will just make this aligned. It's very hard. Okay, what I will do, I'll just select all of these, right click, I'll just go to format and align, and I'll just click on middle. Okay, now they're aligned. And I'll bring this over here. And name it as year. Okay, so from here you can select the year, but I'll just select it on behind that. I will go to and send back. Okay, and now you can see year is there. You can select the year from here, whichever year you want. And based on that, you can do your analysis. And I will just save this. All right. Now next we have to create a details grid, and then we have to add the important functionalities: drill up, drill down, drill through, hierarchical features. We will see all of those, how we can apply, or how actually we can have it in the Power BI. All right. All right, guys. So now we will move ahead to our next dashboard. And as per our requirements, if you see, we have to create a details grid. And in that, we have to apply the important functionality, that is nothing but drill through functionality and drill up, drill down, right? So we will see how those functionalities are enabled and all those things. So first I will just right click and I will duplicate this current dashboard. So we can use this, and I will name it as details dashboard. Okay. Firstly, we will delete these visuals which are available over here, as well as this. Okay, we'll delete this, and we will delete the filters as well. We don't want filters on these visuals. All right, and we will delete this also because it will be details page itself. Okay, and we will delete this container, and we will just extend this container over here, right? This. All right, now we will first create a simple grid over here, and for that, what I will do, I will just take a matrix chart from here. Just take a matrix chart. I will bring it over here, increase it likewise, and I will increase it vertically. Okay, so after taking the matrix table, we will add the fields over here. So first I will take the album name. I will add the album name. Then I will add the artist name. Okay, so just add artist name as well, and we will add the track name. Oops, okay, why is it been added over here? So I will delete it. We have to select this, and then we have to add. Okay, so first I will add our let's say the album name, then artist name. So you can see artist name has been added to columns, but I want it into rows itself, so add it into rows. Then we want track name. Okay, and after that we want platform. Okay, so we want platform, and then we want track plate date. Okay, so this will be the track plate date. I will add the track plate date over here, and later we will add few more columns over here, that I will add the number of albums. Okay, then we will add number of artists, we will add number of tracks, We will also add the average listening time as well. We will add the millisecond split, and then we will add the average listening time. All right. So these are a few things which we are going to add over here, and when we will do some quick formatting of this, I will just select this particular matrix over here, and let's go over here, go to general first, turn off the effects, and then go to visual, and here we will set it to minimal. Okay, and let's do some more over here. So the grid line, I will choose it as black, and I will increase it to 2. Similarly, vertical grid lines also I will choose black, and I will increase it to 2. Right. Next thing, border also we will choose it as black itself. Values, will increase the values, let's say to 25 maybe, or let's say 30. Okay, and we will make it to Calibri. Okay, all right. And next thing, background color. Okay, so the background color we'll choose it as this, and this also we'll choose it as this. Okay, so it will match the background colors. And now text color we'll choose it as white. The alternate text color also will choose it as white itself. All right. And next I will just increase this so that it is visible everything for us. All right. So let's see how the other visual looks. Yeah. We'll increase this and we'll sort it by number of tracks. Then we will go to column headers and we will make it to Calibri. We'll increase it to 25, let's say. Sorry. We'll increase it to 25. Or let's say 30 is fine. Or 28, bold, center. And here we'll go to row headers. Row headers also we'll make it 25. And we'll make it to Calibri and we'll bold it. All right. Some more things what we can do over here is so for column headers, the background color we'll choose this. So then we will choose it as white. Similarly, for column headers also, the background color we'll choose it as this and the color as white. Okay. Color you can choose something else. The blue, not sorry. The background color we'll keep it as this only. This color we'll change it to blue. So we will able to identify. And now we'll increase the width between this. Okay. Looks nice. And now what we'll do, we'll change the name of this MS list and all those things. So just select this our name, and here we will name this MS played to just milliseconds played. Okay. And this will be average listening time itself. All right. And what else? You can change this album name to capital one. That you can do later. It's not important. Again, I will select this particular, and you can see we will do some more formattings. The grand total, right? So the column subtotal values, the background color, I will choose it as, or we'll just do it for this. Okay, no. So we don't want column subtotals and grand totals. We'll just, okay, we want it. But we will go to column grand total, and here we will change the color. Okay, yellow. So that it is highlighted for us what we are actually looking at. All right. And next thing, uh, okay, this is fine, I guess. And now what we will do after creating our grid, we have to apply a drill through feature over here. First, I will show you how the drill up and drill down feature works on this. So these are automatically set at, I mean to say they can be automatically applied to the matrix. So I will tell you how to apply this. So here you have to turn on the drill down. So just turn this on drill down, and here when you click on this any of this name, so as soon as I click on this name, you can see it is drilling down to the next version. So this will be my track name, or the artist name. When I click on this, it will give me all these particular tracks, right? When I click on any of the track, it will give me its platform. And when I click on any of the platform, it will give me the dates which has been played over there, right? So this is how this particular click a data point, I mean the drill mode on works. I will turn it off and I will go back. Okay, I will drill up. Drill up is nothing but it will give, it will bring me to my original position, right? You can continuously click until and unless you don't have an option to click over here. You can click it and you can come back to your original position, right? So this is how the drill down works. So you have to turn it on and then you have to drill whichever you want to drill in any of the album, you can drill it. So turn it off for now. And then there is an option called go to next hierarchy level. So when I click on next hierarchy level, what it does it do is I will just come up first. So first you can say album name is there here, or you can say first is album name, then there is artist name, there is a track name, then there is a platform, right? So it will drill down to this particular hierarchy. So first hierarchy, if I say the first one, it is giving me the artist name, right? I want to drill down more. So when I click on next hierarchy, it will give me the track name. When I click on the next hierarchy, it will give me the platform, and when I click on the next hierarchy, it will give me the all track grades, right? So in this one single grid, you can see the data at different levels, right? And again, you can drill up, okay, and you will come to your original positions, right? Or you can at the original grid level or hierarchy level, you will come at the original point. And similarly, here is there, it gives us option out, expand all down one hierarchy level. I mean to say, it will drill down to the first hierarchy level. When I click on this, you can see it will give me the first hierarchy level, that is nothing but the beatless, where it's drilled to artist name. When I click more, it will give me the second hierarchy level, that is at track name. When I click more, it will give me the one more hierarchy level, that is at platform level. When I click more, it will give me the one more hierarchy level, that is at each date level. So you can see all hierarchy levels are visible for you over here, right? So in this way, this hierarchy level works, and you can see for matrix chart automatically these particular hierarchy levels are automatically applied to this, right? And it is easy for us to work on this particular chart, and it is easy for us to drill down, drill up, and see the underlying data. You can deep dive in the data and see what insights are there, right? So this is how drill up, drill down, and hierarchy level works actually. So I hope you have understood all of this. These are automatically applied. You can manually apply also. That I will show you in the next project how to apply manually. A bit, I can say, more complex project, right? Now what we have to do is here we have to apply the drill through feature, right? So now what I will do, I will select this particular matrix, and here you have an option called drill through, right? So now to drill through, it is asking us that you should add different fields over here which are responsible to drill this particular grid chart, right? So now if you go to our first dashboard over here, you can see all of these dashboards are created by using different measures, right? So here you can see number of albums are there. Here also the number of albums are there. If you come over here, you can see there are a number of tracks. Here are number of tracks, right? So if you come over here, here there is a number of tracks. Here there is a number of artists. So this is an aggregated measure which is responsible to create this particular charts over here. Here also this chart is also responsible by creating those particular measures. So when you click on this particular visual over here, select this matrix chart, you have an option over here, and you have to add those fields over here which are responsible to create the other dashboards, from where you have to drill down to this particular matrix, right? So what I will do first, I will add number of albums, right? You can see the number of albums is added. Then I will add number of artists. Okay, and I will add the number of tracks. That's it. You have to do just this, and you can see keep all filters. It means that whenever you are coming to this page and go back to that particular page again, it means that the filters will be kept applied on this particular grade, right? So now let's say I go to back my overview dashboard, and when I just overview or see at this particular you can see this particular 2016, I'm not getting an option in my tooltip where I can turn on the drill down. Or if I go to these listening patterns, you can see here you can see I'm getting an option to drill down, right? So similarly, if I go back over here, you should get an option. So let's say I'm seeing your area, you can see the drill down. Here also, if you can see, it should show, yeah, it is showing the drill down option for me, right? So as soon as you, whatever the fields which you are adding over here, right? So you can see here, whatever fields are being added over here, whichever of these fields are being used in other dashboard, they will automatically have an option for you to drill down from here, right? But if you go to the listening patterns and if you see over here and if you hover your mouse over here, you will not have an option of drill down over here, and you will say that you have used or you can see here we haven't used number of tracks, right? Or you can say number of albums or anything is been not been used in this particular chart, and that's the reason you don't have an option from here to drill down to that particular or drill through to that particular matrix. So that's the way how it works, right? So I will show you how this works actually. Let's say you have the number of tracks 868. So this value you have to keep in mind, right? So because the number of tracks for R4 and day number or the day name Thursday. So on this particular metrics, you can say there was where was it? It was this, yeah. So you can see this is the number that is 860. And when I click on drill through and it is asking me that you will be jumped to this page. So when I click on this page, I will be brought to this particular page, and you can see you have to focus on this column, that is number of tracks. You can see it is 868, and those are the all tracks which will be shown over here. Those are the records which will be shown over here, which gives us an output of 868. And later, as I told you, you can move this particular chart or export this particular grid, and if you want to send to higher management or any of the other team member, you can send it. And one more thing you can notice over here, here are few filters in this drill through which are automatically applied over here, which says day name, hour, listening time, and track frequency. Because this particular visual, okay, this visual have all these particular fields been used in this particular visual, those will be automatically applied on this visual as well. Those are called action filters, right? You don't have to apply them manually. Whenever you are using this drill through feature, they will be automatically applied on this visual so that you will get the relevant underlying data, right? And to if whatever you see in the italic, it is then automatically applied filters. When you click on that particular details page, you will automatically see those, right? And if you want to export this particular grid, you just have to click on this more options and you can click on export the data, right? So whenever you click on export data, it will ask you to save this particular file. You can save it and you can send it to someone else, whichever you want, whoever you want, right? So I will come back to overview page and I will show you here also. Let's say you want to see this particular, that is in 2021, you can see there are number of artists 1528. So now here we are focusing on number of artists. I will click on group and I will just go, and you can see the number of artists. Now you will see all the total as or the grand total for this particular grid is 1578. And here the filters are now changed. Now it is showing you the platform and year, because this particular visual, this visual is been created by using, here we are looking for 2021 and the platform here is been selected as Android. Getting or not? So that's the reason these two filters are automatically applied over here. Getting or not? Here those filters are automatically applied in grid view. Let's say you want to see this, okay. So you want to see the number of R2 and number of tracks, you can see 3617, and I will go to drill. You can see these particular filters are automatically applied over here, and you can see one number of tracks were 3617. So in this way actually the drill through actually works, which is very important, and most of the companies and clients will ask you to apply this feature, because whatever data you see in the visualization, this is in the aggregated format. But this will give you an insight, but what client want is, let's say this is the insight which is being generated, but to generate this particular insight, what data is responsible for that? So you can see it from the details tab, and entire data is visible for you, and you can send it to your higher management where different decisions can be taken. Okay, so now let's say you want to see for top five albums, you want to drill down, but when I hover your mouse, you can see there is no option for us to drill down to this particular page. Why is that? Because this is a top n albums, or this is a top n chart which we have used over here. So when I click over here, you can see this particular chart is been by created by using album name and count of album name, not a number of albums, right? So this both of the fields are not available in our details page, right? So if you see here, this but that particular field was not being used in our details page, and that's the reason you are not getting here an option to drill down to that particular value over here. So what I will do, I will just take album name and I will add it over here. Just that's the one thing you can do over here. I will add it and don't do nothing. I will just come back to overview, and now when I hover your mouse, you can see you have now an option, because the fields which are being used to create that particular visual is present in our drill through. drill through filter I can say, and I will just click on details, and you can see the bitless is available. Because it is only once available, it is a top end, and the bitless will only show, and you can see its information over here, right? So that's the way how this particular filter actually works. The same way you cannot see for artists, because this particular visual is created by using let's say, I'll show you. It has been created by using just count of artist and artist name, and this is not been present in our you can see this particular drill through, right? So if you want to go back and see all the records over here, you just have to, whatever you see in the italic format, you have to just delete those filters. I will just delete those filters, and you will be able to see all the data over here, and I will just delete this, right? You can see all the data has been available back for you, right? So in this way you actually applied the drill through feature, and I hope you have understood. And the next part is just the navigation part, where you can move from one dashboard to another dashboard, but it is pretty easy. You can just go to insert, you have a buttons over here, and from here you can apply a navigator, right? So page navigator, so you can apply this page navigator, you can do some formattings on this, which will jump from one page to another page, and it is pretty easy, right? So I will not waste much time on it. So you can do it on your own as an homework, and then you can complete this particular dashboard. So I hope you guys have understood this entire dashboard. It was a pretty long video, a complex video where multiple functionalities are being used, and I hope you have learned something. It can be added to your resume, to your portfolio, and it is a good explanation project for people who are having an experience of 2 years or 3 years, and or who are freshers. They can obviously add this in your resume as well as in your portfolio, right? People who are having an experience more than 5 years, I don't recommend for those people to add this particular project in your resume. For learning purpose it is okay, but you should apply your own projects which you learned in your company, right? Or you did it in your tenure. All right, so I hope you like this. Just go ahead and share this video with your friends. Comment down if you have any doubts, if you want to appreciate, or if anything has been wrongly used, or if any formula has been correctly is wrongly used. And like this particular video if you have learned something, right? And subscribe the channel for such beautiful and advanced projects in data analysis tools. I will see you in the next one, guys. Bye bye.